Check, check. Cool. Alright, guys, I'm just going to cut to the chase. First of all, welcome back. How's everybody doing? Hope everybody had a good day, despite all the circumstances. Today we're going to be investigating foreign influence on U.S. politics, most notably from Big Oil, AIPAC, and Big Tech. And we are going to be focusing on the current administration, because that is, it's the current administration. We're also going to give some updates. We're going to go ahead and start out with some updates about Venezuela, Minnesota, and the Epstein list. So, let's start there. Just so, because there is some new information that I think everybody needs to hear. So, for starters, here's the Minnesota. So there's a new point of view. Hold on. There's a new point of view. Oh, also, I just learned how to clip my streams, so. Alright, what's up, guys? There's a new point of view of the Minnesota shooting of the ICE agent who shot Renee Nicole Good. Apparently, he was holding his phone in one hand and the gat in the other. And so we have his point of view, too. So let's just watch that real quick, because that's new information and a new angle. And also, there's an analysis too, so we'll watch that as well.
Back now with our breaking news on the deadly ICE shooting in Minneapolis. Moments ago, CNN obtained video from an ICE officer's cell phone that captures the confrontation with Renee Good that preceded, at least in part, her shooting. A DHS official confirms the video was recorded on the agent's cell phone camera. We do warn you, there is profanity. This is disturbing content. Here it is.
That's fine, dude. I'm not mad at you.
Show your face.
I'm not mad at
That's
you.
okay. We don't change our plates every morning, just so you know. It'll be the same plate when you come talk to us later. That's fine. U.S. citizen, former fucking country. You want to come at us? You want to come at us? I said go get yourself some lunch, big boy. Go ahead.
Out of the car. Get out of the fucking car. Get out of the car. Oh! Fucking bitch.
This is day one.
Okay, so I see a couple things. So for starters, usually when you have a story like this, the left has a story and the right has a story. The truth is usually somewhere in between. Yours, mine, and the truth. It's how it's always been since the beginning of time. So, one thing we saw is that she was clearly not aggressive, and she clearly did not pose a threat. At the same time, she was obstructing a federal investigation. Now, the right thing for an officer to do would be, ma'am, please move your car. Ma'am, we're going to have to pull you out of the car if you don't comply. And one thing I really don't like about ICE is they don't give you that chance. They just, from what I've seen, every video I've ever seen about any situation that ICE does, they just rip them out of the car, pepper spray, whatever it is. And this time, they ended up shooting real bullets and killing someone. So, there was no lawful command, in my opinion. I don't think get the F out of the car is a lawful command, in my opinion. As you can see, there was clearly anger involved. He was clearly frustrated. She was clearly smiling and not posing a threat. So the truth is somewhere in the middle. I think it's important to see this from all angles. There was another angle. I don't know if I have it. Let me check real quick. But it was basically across the street. And I mean, it's the same thing. You see, you're going to have to just decide what you think. Personally, I don't think he was in danger. I think he stepped out of the way. That video does show, but there's a very good possibility because of he probably had PTSD from that car dragging him 6 months prior. That it's possible that, you know, he was trigger happy because of that. But that means he's unfit for duty. So, either way, this is a tragedy. But that is the update for this situation. I wouldn't go as far as to say it's murder, but I would say it's manslaughter. Real quick, I'm going to look up the definition of homicide because I know I know the difference between murder and manslaughter, but I'm not sure the difference between homicide and them definition. Oh, okay, yeah. So homicide is just the killing of one human being by another. So yeah, homicide, manslaughter. From his perspective, it's very possible it could have been self-defense because of the PTSD situation. Either way, though, I don't think he should be an officer. And I think we can all agree to that. Thank you for the heart. Thank you for the heart. I just got a heart. Thank you for the heart. Nah, but I'm actually in a much better mood today because, not gonna lie, guys, I just went to the gym and I'm in a much better mood. And although all this horrible stuff is happening, I'm in a much better state of mind to be able to give the facts and give a honest, just non-biased, calm perspective, you know? This is a tragedy, and it's terrible. But I feel like it's also partially, obviously it happened, this is a real-life event, but the media is kind of using it as a distraction because our other update is Epstein. Let's talk about Maduro first. So I haven't seen this video yet, but let's get into it. So basically, they arrested Maduro. You know, they kidnapped Maduro to try him for drug trafficking charges in New York, right? That's been the main story. But we all know that as soon as that happened, they started going for the oil, and they've already made millions off of it. And we'll get into that too. So regime change, oil, they also didn't like him because he didn't support Israel and a bunch of other things. So that's really the main reasons behind it is oil and regime change. I was wondering how long they would keep the story of the drug trafficking because now they're dropping charges. Now they're rewriting the indictment, and we're about to get into that. So now it's basically all about oil. And so my question is, are they doing that because... Thank you for the heart. Thank you for the heart. I'm going to stop doing that. Are they doing that because that there actually is no drug trafficking at all? Or are they doing that because it'll show that the drug trafficking is coming from the CIA? The war on drugs, I mean, there's a black market for drugs, and it's actually a decent part of our economy, and it has been, and it's to bring drugs in. And, you know, we're shifting off into conspiracy realm here, but everything I am saying is based in facts. And so let's just watch this video about Maduro. This is the update for him. Okay, I thought there would be some words or something, like people talking. Okay, so after Maduro's in custody, U.S. drops narco cartel claim. Washington's Maduro case cracks, key cartel theory quietly scrapped.
After accusing Nicolas Maduro of leading the so-called Cartel de los Soles, the United States has now made a sharp legal U-turn in its case. The U.S. Justice Department has dropped the claim that Cartel de los Soles is a real, formal criminal organization, stepping back from its earlier position. That claim had been central to the Trump administration's case against Nicolas Maduro, shaping the narrative around his alleged narco-trafficking role. However, after Maduro's capture, U.S. prosecutors quietly revised the indictment, changing how they described the alleged network. The original claim traced back to a 2020 grand jury indictment against Maduro that portrayed Cartel de los Soles as a structured cartel. In 2025, the Treasury and State Departments even designated Cartel de los Soles as a terrorist entity, amplifying the label on the world stage. Experts had long argued that the term is slang rather than an actual drug cartel structure, analysts told the New York Times. After Maduro was captured, prosecutors quietly filed a revised indictment that altered key language about his alleged network. The new version abandoned.
Maduro is pleading not guilty, by the way, just so we're all aware. He says he's not guilty.
The claim that Cartel de los Soles is an actual cartel, no longer treating it as a single hierarchical organization. Instead, the indictment now describes the term as a patronage system fueled by drug money flowing through state institutions. Prosecutors now call it a culture of corruption inside state institutions, according to the New York Times reporting on the filing. The term is now said to refer to official.
Okay, so the main how he basically got away with doing the bombing Venezuela and kidnapping him was off of narco terrorism. So drug trafficking can be classified as terrorism, as in he's bringing a bunch of drugs into the nation and people are getting sick or whatever, fentanyl. Also, they were saying fentanyl, but the indictment only says cocaine, right? So there's a contradiction too. So it's just a little weird. Also, why did he change outfit 5 times on the way to America? Did you guys notice that? That's just something silly, but something weird. But he was in like a blue jumpsuit and then gray, and then, this is later on, I think. Or maybe, no, I think this is getting off the plane. Now it's brown. He changed outfits, like every picture changed outfits. It was really strange. So now they're revising and they're saying it's not an official cartel, which means that it was an unlawful invasion. Even though it already was without a declaration of war, it's like extra unlawful now. Let's see what else they have to say.
Corrupted by narcotics profits rather than members of a single cartel entity. Interestingly, the new indictment mentions Cartel de los Soles only twice, a drastic reduction in emphasis. The 2020 indictment referenced the term 32 times and explicitly named Maduro as the leader of this supposed cartel. International Crisis Group's Elizabeth Dickinson calls the revised description exactly accurate.
Also, 2 things can be true at once. So, you can say that we shouldn't have invaded, and you can also say that Maduro's a bad leader. People say, why are you defending a dictator? And you got to look back to what happened with Saddam Hussein, Saddam Hussein. And Gaddafi. So these were leaders that the United States didn't agree with, and we went to war with them for regime change, and we ousted them and then changed it with a leader that we approve of. And when we did that to Iran celebrated, and then for years there's just massive it went completely third world. Death, people with machine guns on every street. So that's kind of what it turned to, right? So the whole point is that we should not be involved in that. It's not our place. It's not our duty. That they are an independent country and we should leave them alone. Sorry, I heard something outside.
According to the New York Times interview with her.
Oh, but yeah, that doesn't, you can say that, and you can also say that, that doesn't mean you're saying that Maduro's a good leader. That doesn't mean you're saying that Maduro deserves to be back in power. But, there are Venezuelans protesting saying, bring Maduro back. And I bet you they don't even want him back in power. They just don't want America involved. And I can't blame them for that.
Dickinson said, and I quote, "The new indictment gets it right. Unlike the 2020 version. Designations don't need proof in court. And that's the difference. Clearly, they knew they could not prove it in court." Unquote. Despite the revision, Marco Rubio still referred to it as a real cartel during an interview with NBC News. Rubio claimed Maduro led the group and is now facing justice in New York on January 4th, sticking to the earlier narrative. Rubio said to NBC, and I quote, "We will continue to reserve the right to strike drug boats. They are run by criminal organizations, including the Cartel de los Soles. The leader of that cartel is now in U.S. custody." Unquote.
So that was after they, rewrote the indictment. So, just another, the U.S. Secretary of State lying, exaggerating. It seems to be the common theme with this administration. The facts don't really matter. You just say a lie enough times and you'll eventually believe it, or the people will eventually believe it. And it's not the Trump administration is the only one that did that. I mean, Biden's administration was pretty bad too. That's the problem. That's the problem with picking the lesser of two evils. You pick the lesser of two evils. Like, there's a meme and it says, what's it going to be, Moloch or Baal for the next 4 years? And those are two ancient demons or gods, little g, that were about child sacrifice and just a bunch of horrible things. And so it's, what's it going to be, Moloch or Baal for the next 4 years? Because that's what it is. We got Moloch or Baal. That's really, I mean, it's a good example, or not example, but it's a good metaphor for what we have, because everybody says, well, I just got to pick the lesser of two evils, and that's the big problem with the two-party system. That's why something very drastically needs to change, or it's just going to keep getting worse and worse and worse. I mean, we're watching a full-scale societal collapse in slow motion. Granted, it's not happening fast, but day by day it just gets a little bit worse and a little bit worse, and we might already be past the point of no return. So that's what's going on with Maduro. Now, this is what Thomas Massie has to say about the Epstein files.
The fact that these Epstein files still, there are millions of more documents that are still reviewing at this point.
If this were a private law firm with 5% of the resources of the DOJ, this would have been done by the deadline. And they just missed another deadline, which is the report to Congress, which is supposed to list all of the politicians that are in their files, and also they're supposed to justify all the redactions 15 days after the first 30-day window. But the biggest problem isn't that they're missing the deadlines, it's what they're redacting. So they're citing the Privacy Act, and they're trying to pretend like that overrides a law that we just passed that says you can't withhold records to prevent embarrassment. They're also citing FOIA standards.
So the main reason that these pedophiles are able to get away with this is they're citing the Privacy Act. And that basically says, it would cause embarrassment, so we're not going to release them. They also were saying that the Epstein files would cause the collapse of the government. And, say what you want about Zohran Mamdani, but he said, and I really liked what he said here. Let's pull up the quote just to make sure I'm exactly right. But I believe his exact words were, if dropping the files will cause your government to collapse, then your government needs to collapse. Actually, no, yeah, that's exactly what he said. So if dropping the files will cause our government to collapse, meaning that serious positions of power, serious people in positions of power, we're talking the Trump administration, probably all of them. We're also talking about lifelong senators. No one's safe. We don't know who's who, but if it would cause a governmental collapse, and that means the majority of them were pedophiles and on Epstein's island, and that's unacceptable. And so I have to agree with Zohran Mamdani here. It's hard to pronounce that name sometimes, but I have to agree with him because that's openly admitting that they are on the list. You know what I mean? They're saying it would cause embarrassment, it would possibly cause government collapse if they released the full Epstein files. So what's on that list has to be, or the files has to be really bad. All right, we went over the files a bit last night too. Regardless, so let's let them finish talking.
Which don't apply to our law when they're trying to say that they don't have to release internal decisions. But our bill specifically says release internal decisions.
So what are you going to do about it?
We're looking at that.
That's a good question. And a bad answer, I would say.
Release internal decisions.
So what are you going to do about it?
We're looking at that.
What's your timeline for inherent contempt?
Yeah, that was good. What are you going to do about it? And he said, we're looking at that. Now, I really do like Thomas Massey. I think he's a good guy. I think he's probably the only good one. I mean, one of like, I could count on one hand. You know what I mean? But that was a bad answer. We're looking at that. Like, let's see where he goes from there.
She gets right to the point. However we would do it, we would give the Attorney General a grace period in order to comply.
I guess I meant, when do you plan to force a vote on it? Because it's privileged. You can bring it up to the floor essentially whenever you want.
Right, so inherent contempt doesn't require the long timeline that a discharge petition would require because it's a privileged motion. So we don't have to do it now in anticipation of later. Hopefully we don't have to do it, but when we feel like we need to do it, we'll do it.
But it doesn't seem like you'd have the votes to succeed in this.
You need, 2 votes?
Right.
With the slim majority?
And who was the other Republican?
I think I had these conversations on these steps back this summer when you said I didn't have the votes for a discharge petition.
Yeah, this is a different matter, though.
It's actually exactly the same matter. It's just a different way of enforcing it.
You said that you hope you don't have to use it, but you have it in case you do. What's the bar? What will be the determination if you leave it on the cutting room floor, if you bring it to the floor?
So the end game here has never been to get the files. The end game is to get justice and transparency. And even if they had met the deadline, they're avoiding that by citing laws and regulations that don't apply or have been obviated by this bill. So we'll see.
Why do you think they're taking these steps to shield these documents from its release?
I mean, they've never wanted to release the documents in spite of what the vice president said during the campaign and the attorney general even after she took office. I think they're still trying to protect rich billionaires, politically connected people, and I think they're also trying to obscure the involvement of our own intelligence agencies in this.
And I mean, this happened a little while ago, but it's the first time that you're back since the SDNY announcing that it had 1 million more files in its possession that it passed on to main justice. What do you make of that, and how do you think a lapse can happen in that sense of they just found 1 million more documents well after the deadline?
Well, again, it's not about quantity. Yeah, they've got 1 million more documents, which might be 5 million pages. It's not about the quantity. It's about the quality of what they're releasing. And right now, they are trying to release nothing, even while they release a large volume of material. And why are they just finding it now? They should have known about this a long time ago. I mean, Pam Bondi said she had found a trove of documents back last spring. That's
true. Pam Bondi said, so Trump got elected. One of his big promises was to release the Epstein files. Then he got elected. Epstein files aren't released. Pam Bondi tweets out, "The files are on my desk, coming soon." And that was like a little under a year ago, right? So, and the word soon is funny because you never really know what soon means, because Jesus is coming back soon. Soon to us isn't soon to God. And I guess soon to us isn't soon to the administration either, So regardless, that all fell apart. And so for months, and also like there was a Chuck Schumer, the Democrat lead or majority House, not sure, he's like the head Democrat right now, and he called for a recess. And so another deadline missed like a few months ago whenever, Epstein files are like heating up, like we need to get this down, need to get this out there. And then they couldn't agree on stuff. And then they took a 2-week vacation. Right. And now, all these massive crises are happening, and we're still not getting the files. Right. And this is like the most important thing, I feel like, and it just keeps getting pushed on the back burner. And they're tiptoeing on a fine line where are people eventually going to get sick of this? I mean, I know people are sick of it, but I mean, to the point where shit hits the fan? I don't know. Or is it just going to continue like this the whole administration? Trump has no chance of being reelected. This is his second term. But there is a chance of martial law happening if there is a revolt, and then he would stay in office, or war and he would stay in office, right? And so I'm thinking that people are trying to prevent that, right? Now, Thomas Massey here, I think he is one of the good ones, but it almost seems like he's kind of given up. It seems like he seems kind of defeated already, you know? And I can't blame him because, I mean, just yesterday I was feeling really defeated, you know? I mean, just the whole Minnesota thing and the way people reacted to it too, like, that's a loss of life, you know? And people were celebrating. And it's the same way I felt with Charlie Kirk, you know? I mean, and to the people that were celebrating when Charlie Kirk died, you know how it feels on your side now. So let's all agree to not celebrate the loss of human life. You know what I mean? Regardless of if we disagree with the people or not, human life is not something to mess around with. You know, it's sacred. You know, so I really don't know how else to put it. Let's just not celebrate the loss of human life. You know, let's see what else he has to say, and then I might go back to the Minnesota thing because there's a couple more things.
Reviewing, and then that went away. That's the other thing. They've had a year to comply with this since this was a campaign promise. And so they shouldn't be taken by surprise by this deadline, and they shouldn't have missed it. And they shouldn't have missed the second deadline because the second deadline is different than the first deadline.
Isn't this treason? I mean, I don't know for sure. You know, I'm not a lawyer. You know, I try to be as educated as I can, but this does seem like treason. It seems like you're given multiple deadlines to comply with Congress. You know, that's the whole checks and balances thing. You know, I'm sure you guys know, but there's checks and balances. So you have the executive branch, which is the president and his administration or hers, you know, and the judicial branch, which is the Supreme Court and all that, and then the legislative, which is Congress and the Senate. And they're all supposed to keep each other in check so there's no corruption. And very clearly, this is the executive branch overriding the legislative branch for a year, continuing to miss deadlines, continuing to just blow it off like it doesn't matter. And, you know, instead of, like, we should be doing a massive internal investigation, and instead we're invading Venezuela, you know. And I can't really, I don't think it was, I mean, indirectly it was Trump's order to, you know, what happened with ICE in Minnesota, but he didn't directly order that. But Venezuela was a direct order from Trump. Like, that was an operation, and that should not be happening, right? Now, speaking of Venezuela, I want to show you guys something. How much money has America made off Venezuelan oil since the invasion? Okay. AI response. Let's see what it has to say. So, the U.S. hasn't made money directly from Venezuelan oil in a traditional sense, but rather through deals allowing companies like Chevron to operate, generating profits for them and providing U.S. refineries with needed heavy crude, while the Trump administration recently arranged to seize 30 to 50 million barrels of oil, worth billions, to sell, controlling proceeds amidst sanctions following the recent invasion. The primary financial benefit to the U.S. comes from private companies earning revenue and the government controlling seized oil funds, not from direct state-to-state sales, with Chevron alone seeing $3.6 billion in a recent quarter from its Venezuelan operations. So Chevron, with renewed licenses, produces Venezuelan heavy crude, which their Gulf Coast refineries are designed to process. $3.6 billion in one quarter. And a quarter is just 3 months. It's a quarter of a year. Seized oil sales, so 30 to 50 million barrels of oil, worth billions, to be sold by the U.S., with proceeds controlled by Washington. Let's see. There's a lot to this. Let's see. These oil developments follow the recent January 2026 abduction. Financial impact, the U.S. government. Is positioned to gain millions from selling the seized crude, offsetting national debt and securing strategic energy. So, yeah, I said this before. That is one benefit of this, and hopefully we will climb our way out of debt a little bit. But it's on the backs of another nation, you know. So it's I mean, it's kind of blood money, you know. And so if I was in debt, I wouldn't want to get out of it through blood money personally. But regardless, that's like one technically positive from it. You know, and so the whole we invaded because it was a narco-terrorism, fentanyl, drug cartel, and all that was proven to be false. So this was a illegal operation, you know, and then they've had a year to comply with the Epstein demands, and they have not. They've pushed it off, just straight up ignoring deadlines. I believe that's treason, right? So that's what's going on. That's our little recap. Real quick, there's another video. So that Thomas Massie video was from 2 days ago. And this is House members are pushing the Department of Justice to release more Epstein files 3 hours ago by the Associated Press. Of course, we're going to have to watch an ad. Sorry, guys.
Discover Heritage Ranch, an inviting community of beautiful single-family homes and on-site amenities located in Sherman, Texas.
What are you hoping to hear or see from the DOJ moving forward as it relates to the Epstein files?
That's a great question. You know, they've said, oh, we've got 1 million documents, and which could be 4 million pages.
And see, Thomas Massie, it's funny because it's Thomas Massie again. He's the only guy talking about this. He's the only guy worth a shit in Congress. Now, there's a couple promising people coming, but as for right now, this is the only guy I see actually making moves.
What we want, very specifically, are just a few hundred pages. And these are the 302 forms that the FBI fills out when they interview the victims and they interview witnesses. We also want draft indictments where they were going to indict a lot of people or bring a lot more counts against Jeffrey Epstein and then decided not to. The problem is our bill specifically...
Look at that freaking smile, dude. You just he just knew he was getting away with, you know, obviously he killed himself, but, and I mean, there's theories that he's in Israel right now. I think, I don't want to promote misinformation, but there was a picture circulating. It obviously could be AI or whatever, but there was a picture of him spotted in Israel just recently. Regardless, either way, I mean, he did have connections to Mossad and IDFs, which that's confirmed. So it's very possible, but he didn't kill himself, that's for sure. You know, he was either killed or they want us to believe he's dead, you know. Either way, this was a massive honeypot organization to try to get our people in power, the government, politicians, presidents, massive, you know, people with a bunch of money, the American elites. It was a honeypot organization to get them to blackmail them and have undying allegiance to Israel. He's confirmed to be Mossad, IDF connections. I'm not saying he is Mossad, but he is connected to them, or was. So, yeah.
Anticipated that and said they have to release internal communications having to do with decisions about whether to prosecute or not prosecute. So we think they're clearly in violation of the law, and that's one of the big reasons we want the judge to appoint a special master to kind of oversee what's going on here with these redactions. It's not the volume of material they're giving us, it's the material they're not giving us that we're concerned about.
The Trump administration, Donald Trump, J.D. Vance, Pam Bondi, are engaged in one of the greatest cover-ups that we have seen when it comes to Jeffrey Epstein and protection of people that are in power.
And so we have AOC here who, yeah, she's a little too young to be on the Epstein files, so I doubt she's on them. And it's good that she's, you know, pushing for this. You know, that's kind of one thing is, like, you can disagree with some, like, Thomas Massie and AOC disagree on pretty much everything, you know. Thomas Massie's not a Democrat, you know. I wouldn't necessarily call him a Republican either, but AOC is like a hardcore liberal leftist, you know. That's just what she is. They have many differences, but they can kind of put those aside to work on what's really important, which is the Epstein files, you know. That's so what I'm saying is we need to be able to do that in our personal lives and also just kind of follow suit. You can join teams. Like, think about Walter White and Jesse Pinkman, all right? I know it's a fictional show, but they had many disagreements, many problems. When it really counted, for the most part, they worked together, you know? Just recent, it's the reason why I'm bringing this up is a show me and my girlfriend are watching. But like just recently, without trying to give too many spoilers, Walter was going to be killed, and Jesse saved his life, even though he didn't want to. And regardless, either way, they had differences and they worked together. That's exactly what, that's what we need in government right now. We need Republicans and Democrats who aren't pedophiles to work together, And once we have that, then some stuff can actually start getting done, Put aside your differences and work towards a common good. That's all I'm asking.
Close to power. It is horrifying. My thoughts are with the victims, but what I am encouraged by is the House Oversight Committee's continued pursuit in their subpoenas against Lex Wexner and others.
Okay. So, those are our updates on the current situations for the night. Let's see, Maduro, Thomas Massie, and the new point of view. Real quick, let's see if anything else is going to be said about it. Let's see. Judge to temporarily block effort to end protections for relatives of citizens. Oh, and there's also a massive protest happening in Iran right now. Let's look at that real quick. Actually, let me finish this recap video. Sorry, but let's add that. Let's add that to the list. Open image in new tab. Or image, no. Open link in, there we go. Okay. Wife of Minnesota woman in ICE shooting says, we had whistles, they had guns. So yeah, honestly, that's all there is to really see about it. We just saw that video. We saw the new angle. PTSD is very common. It's very possible he thought he was acting in self-defense. Obviously, in hindsight with cameras, it's very clear that he was out of harm's way. I think that minimum, he should be removed from his duties. And the problem is that the administration is not even going to do that. They're 100% supporting him, saying he has absolute immunity. And that's the main problem I have with this. And I think that should be everyone else's main problem too. Regardless, we'll go through this news in a little bit, but that is our recap for the night. We're going to go in and get into the foreign influence, and it actually has ties to Venezuela because of the oil. So, real quick. Hold on. Gotta save this recording. So yeah, it has ties to Venezuela. Big Oil gave Trump $250 million roughly to, well, I don't want to say to invade Venezuela, but they gave him $250 million and he invaded Venezuela, and they're massively profiting off Venezuelan oil right now. So it kind of makes you think, I can't say it's a direct cause and effect, but there's definitely some correlation there, and the truth is whenever you give someone $250 million, they're going to do whatever you want for the most part. I always hear an argument that Trump is a billionaire or whatever, so, he's not going to, first of all, in his first term in his campaign, he's like, I'm not going to take any money from anyone. No one owns me, and this second term, I mean, he's taken money from a lot of people, and we're going to get into that. Most notably, AIPAC, Big Oil, and Big Tech, right? So for starters, Big Tech. So people like Peter Thiel and Elon Musk, people like that. There. So Donald Trump. Let me get my camera out of the way. Let's put it over here. Donald Trump has received significant funding from tech leaders, notably over $290 million from Elon Musk alone for the 2024 cycle, plus substantial donations to his inauguration from companies like Meta, Google, and Amazon, with individual tech figures like Tim Cook, who is the CEO of Apple, also contributing, though specific total amounts taken from all tech bros vary by source. Also, what's really important here is you see Sam Altman, OpenAI, donated $1 million, which isn't that much, right? You don't think it's that much. Obviously, Elon Musk is $290 million, which is just crazy. And they had a falling out, whatever, but he is still benefiting from government ties. Meta paid $25 million. Oh wow, this is in settlements related to Trump's account suspensions. Regardless, all of these tech people want him in office, and you have to wonder, why is that? Also, obviously, of course, it's going to be at the bottom of the list, but other tech figures, significant donations came from individuals like Mark Andreessen, Peter Thiel, and crypto figures. And these people are AI, like Sam Altman, OpenAI, Peter Thiel founded Palantir. Elon Musk was a part of that too, and the whole point of Elon Musk and Trump being together and all that during his campaign was like, and they giving him all this money, is the AI infrastructure. So we're working towards a AI surveillance state. And I know that sounds crazy, but that's what's happening. It's going to come to the point where you have a massive crisis, like even, for example, Minnesota, right? Lady gets shot, massive outrage. If there was violence and martial law had to be declared, next thing you know, there's an AI surveillance state. I feel like they're baiting that. They really want that to happen. Also, if they just decide that, the ICE hasn't been able to deport enough, it's not working, well, hey, let's get this AI surveillance in here so we can get all these illegals out, right? So that's the plan, So tech, in this day and age, if big tech is giving that much money to someone, it's concerning. Also, big oil. So there was a meeting. It was like an hour and a half long, but today, live streamed, President Trump participates in a meeting with oil and gas executives. We'll see if we can get into that. It's really long though, but I do want to watch this video, and it's that oil and gas industry spent $250 million on elections that produced the current U.S. government, right? So let's check that. It's by Forbes.
Hi everybody, I'm Brittany Lewis, a breaking news reporter here at Forbes. Joining me once again is my colleague, Forbes staff writer Zach Everson. Zach, thanks so much for joining me.
Thanks for bringing me back to once again talk about campaign contributions.
Of course, and exactly how they connect to what we saw in Venezuela, that operation conducted by U.S. forces that resulted in the capture of the country's sitting leader, Nicolas Maduro. He's currently in New York City, where he faces narco-terrorism, drug, and weapons charges. President Trump said the goal of that operation, though, was to bring, quote, outlaw dictator Nicolas Maduro to justice. But some have been quick to criticize him for that, saying that the motivation doesn't really seem like it's about drugs, but rather oil, especially given that President Trump said after the raid that the United States is going to be heavily involved in Venezuela's oil industry. After the story broke, you're reporting this. The oil and gas industry spent $250 million on elections that produced the current U.S. government. I want to talk exactly where that money was spent, though. Let's first talk party. Did the oil and gas industry pour more money into Republicans or Democrats?
I almost returned this thing. Thought there's no way a $79 device beats central heating. Then I saw my note.
Oh yeah, the oil and gas industry certainly had a favorite, and that would be Republicans. This data is all from Open Secrets. According to their calculations, Republican candidates got 88% of the industry's support.
That's huge. Is there any indication to why? Tell us about that.
That, I reached out to all of the oil and gas companies that we looked at in this article. I didn't get any answers that would have explained that at all. In some cases, maybe it makes sense that the lawmakers are in states that are really driven, economies driven by oil. So, for example, Ted Cruz was the biggest recipient in Congress with over $1 million. He's also from Texas, so it's not that surprising that they would want to give money to somebody in that state. But, I was surprised to see that it was an 88 to 12% split. Did seem a little bit egregious.
I mean, that's just huge. So then when you're looking at the top of the ticket back in 2024, obviously it was Trump versus Harris. President Trump, obviously the Republican nominee, I'm assuming based on that math, he received a lot more of that spending. Talk to us about it.
Yeah, so he received about $2.6 million, whereas Biden and then Harris received.
Okay, so this is a video describing oil and gas. That's why it says elections. So people like Ted Cruz, the neocon, the establishment, conservatives, you know, and the Trump administration have all taken lots of money from big oil. So unfortunately, I don't like the way they're yapping. It's not the best. I'm a little disappointed, but we're gonna keep. And this guy just looks tired, dude. Looks like he's just had enough. Like when he got on, he was like, "Yep, thanks for having me on again to once again discuss campaign contributions." Like he's just not a happy camper, it seems. But let's see what he has to say.
$1.4 million. So again, pretty sizable difference there. Not a ton of money in the overall picture of things. If you factor in Elon Musk, spent $250 million. Tim Allen spent hundreds of millions. They're different. They're 2.6 to 1.4 isn't going to make a huge difference in an election, but it does kind of show you who they support.
And when you're moving down the ballot, I know you mentioned Senator Ted Cruz of Texas. He got a lot of support from the oil and gas industry. But how much was spent on congressional races? And who were some of the other candidates that benefited the most?
Well, the top 9 beneficiaries in congressional races were all Republicans. And what I also found interesting, whereas Cruz, Texas makes sense, his counterpart in the Senate from Texas, John Cornyn, was not amongst those top 9 people. So, you have 2 from Louisiana, Mike Johnson, not surprising given that he's now speaker, North Dakota, Wyoming. You've got some fracking states there as well that were well represented. First Democrat on the list comes in as Colin Alred, who is also Texas.
And then when you're looking at this and comparing this spending from 2024 to 2020, how exactly does that compare?
It was a 66% increase from 2020. So, we didn't look at 2022 since that was an off-year election for the president. Obviously, they're going to spend more money when there is a presidential election.
One thing that I think a lot of people don't realize is how important the smaller elections are. Most people will just vote every 4 years, right? Because they think that the president is who's going to change their life. When at least nowadays the president does have a lot more power than he should. Back in the day, the president did not really it didn't really matter who the president was. He's just the face, pretty much. He still had power, but not nearly as much. The power came from the Senate and Congress. They make the laws, they vote on them, and what really matters is who you vote for in terms of your representatives or your Senate. So in Texas we have Ted Cruz, which I would be really surprised if he won again after all the stuff that's come out. But regardless, that's who we have right now. He's taken $1 million from big oil, right? Mike Johnson, Speaker of the House. I'm not at least $1 million, pretty sure he said. So the most powerful neocon Republicans, Mike Johnson's an avid supporter of Trump, so is Ted Cruz. So these people, whenever we have those types of people in office, they will allow what Trump's doing to happen. Where if we had a house full of Thomas Masseys, this would never be happening, because the problem is if you corrupt the Senate in the Congress, it doesn't even matter check this out. If you corrupt the Senate and the House of Representatives, if you corrupt the legislative branch, it doesn't matter if the president is good or bad. But if you corrupt the president, the legislative branch still matters. So a corrupt president can be stopped by the legislative branch. But a corrupt legislative branch can't really be stopped by the president without some major crisis or war or so what we really need to focus on as Americans is our local representatives, the House of Representatives, Senate, just people that aren't running for president, but they're still running, and they have power. And the thing is you need to have a majority, right? So pay attention, vote for those people that care about what you care about, and track the money. Where are they getting their campaign money from? Who are they answering to? Because you have to rub the backs of the people that rub yours, right? So Trump's had his back rubbed a lot by the pro-Israel lobby, so he's going to be very pro-Israel. He's had his back rubbed a lot by oil. He's going to be pro whatever the oil companies want him to do. He's had his back rubbed by big tech. He's going to be very pro-big tech, you know, and his administration has shown that. He is very adamant about, you know, he says it's a good thing, you know, but when you track the money, you realize it's really not his choice. You know, obviously he could betray them, but that would be what it was. It would be betrayal. It would be, you gave me this money and I'm still not, you know what I mean? That's the way it works. You got to rub backs. So we need to pay attention to that. Trump is bought and sold. And so is Mike Johnson. So is Ted Cruz. So is everyone else that was listed. So this is just a call to pay attention to who your local representatives are.
But it was, you know, it seemed like a pretty decent jump there of 66%.
I want to read another tidbit from your reporting. This is what you wrote. Separately, the industry spent an additional $154 million on federal lobbying for roughly 200 clients in 2023 and 2024. Now, as we sit here in 2026, do you think, or do these companies think, does the oil industry think that this investment paid off for them?
You know, I would imagine they think it's a good investment. Oil companies are in the business of making money, and they wouldn't drop $154 million on something if they didn't think it was going to be worthwhile. As for whether they still think that's the case, I don't have tallies in front of me, but I can tell you that oil and gas companies have not stopped lobbying after that. So, you know, they certainly view that as the cost of doing business.
If you have any questions, drop it in the chat, and, you know, I'm watching the chat. I will answer any questions you have. If you have anything you want me to react to, let me know. Yeah.
As do many other industries.
And did this money appear to influence at all the administration's actions when it comes to Venezuela, when it comes to Maduro's ouster, or President Trump's interest in getting the United States really heavily involved in rebuilding Venezuela's oil industry?
That's it. We don't know. You know, it's not clear.
So they phrase it as they're rebuilding Venezuela's oil industry, but actually Venezuela's oil industry was just fine. They were just separate. They were sitting on their oil, but it's their oil. They have the right to sit on it, you know, and they're against central banking. Also, okay, I should have brought this up earlier, but that's another update. Machado, who we talked about in my Venezuelan stream, turns out she's gone to Tel Aviv. She's kissed the wall. She made a video and called Netanyahu to like invade Venezuela or very soon we'll be allies, or, you know, so if she's the next president, then I think the plan is very clear for what's happening. One second, sorry.
If it mattered, to what extent, whether any of this, and that's part of the issue with money in politics. You can't say definitively if the money is what drove a decision a lot of the time. Sometimes it can be a little bit clear cut, and those are wonderful examples if you're a reporter and you're able to find those. But a lot of times it's just you see the money and then you see an action later, and connecting them is definitive, you know, one led to the other.
Yeah, so that's exactly what I was saying. It can't be a direct cause and effect, you know, but you have to look at the facts. So here's the facts. The Trump administration has taken about $250 million, $290 from big tech, you know, and then around the same amount from big oil and around the same amount from Israel, right? So we're looking at close to $1 billion. So he's going to be loyal to those things. And then you see that we invaded Venezuela and we're taking their oil. So yeah, so like you said, you know, it's not, you can't directly connect the dots, but this is something that happened and this is something that happened. You can decide for yourself if they're related. I think it's very obvious that they're related, you know. So it can't be determined immediately as treason, but you as us as the people, you know, we should know, hey, this is fishy. At the very least, you should think this is fishy.
Not quite sure.
I mean, there's always a question, or there's always that statement, rather, money talks. Does it appear, though, I know you can't link it from definitive, but does it appear that money nudged anything in the direction here?
Good question.
Donald Trump likes money. And people who, are donating to his campaign and his affiliated committees and are spending money at Trump properties and buying his meme coin and buying his token and buying his stable coin and buying his beer pong set that you can see behind me are often doing it, not in my case, because they want to curry favor with Donald Trump. So, whether that actually does work or not, I don't think it was...
Dude, look at his liquor stockpile. Damn, son. Y'all see this? Y'all see that? Bottles on bottles. Think he's drunk? Do you think he was drunk for this interview? He doesn't sound drunk, but that's crazy. That's a lot. Damn. Unrelated, sorry, but I just noticed that. Wow.
The fact that he did attack Venezuela doesn't sound like it's totally out of left field given what his platform has been over the past year.
And ever since that attack, that operation, there have been comparisons to Iraq. And President Trump, he apparently spoke to MSNBC's Joe Scarborough, and he said that the difference here is America is going to be keeping the oil. Bush didn't. We're keeping the oil. President Trump has not been shy about talking about oil and the United States' involvement in the oil.
Also, the ships, too. He said, we're keeping the oil and we're keeping the ships. So I guess we took Venezuelan ships, too? I'm not 100% educated on that fact, but that is a direct quote from Trump.
He said this: we're going to be rebuilding and we're not spending money. The oil companies are spending money. As of now, there's only one American oil company operating in Venezuela. Remains to be seen if others are going to go back in.
Name the company. I'm pretty sure it's Chevron, right? I'm pretty sure Chevron is operating. Is Chevron operating? Oh, there it is, in Venezuela. Yeah, so they're the only one. And I don't think she's doing her due diligence. She should have said that.
U.S. oil giants chomping at the bit right now to return to Venezuela. What's your take on that?
They're a little nervous. They don't know exactly how it's going to play out. Obviously, companies do not want to irritate Donald Trump, but and they want to make money. But on the other hand, is this going to be a good play for them in the long term? Sure, maybe they'll get into Venezuela and they'll get some oil now. But I've heard that some of them are concerned about investing a lot of money there. And all of a sudden we have, different president in the United States and their investment just goes up. So, when I talked to ConocoPhillips spokesperson, he said they're, still evaluating, waiting to hear, and not jumping in anything yet.
Is every person who works at a desk doomed to get a neck hump? Not if you do this thing.
I've talked to politicians, both Republicans and Democrats, since Maduro was captured and brought to the United States, and the reaction has been really mixed. Some have been excited that he's now out of power, others concerned about exactly what's next. I'm curious, how exactly did the oil and gas stocks react to this news?
They viewed it as good news, at least on that first day where we saw Chevron, which is, as you mentioned, the only major U.S. company currently permitted to pump and export oil there, was up 5%. ExxonMobil 2.2, which brought it to a 52-week high. ConocoPhillips also went up, and it also was oil. Not just oil companies, but oil field service companies also did really well. SLB was up 8.9%. Halliburton was about 8%. So the market certainly thinks this is good for them.
And obviously, this story, you're looking at the money aspect here, the money angle. What exactly are you looking out for next? What money trail are you going to be following?
Two things. One of which I mentioned in the article itself is we will see around January 31st when campaigns have to report their latest financials to the FEC. We'll see who might have given money in the run-up to Venezuela. These stats are all from previous, so it'll be interesting to see what happened right before that. The other thing, which I didn't mention in here, but we've talked about it previously, stock. I am very interested to see which lawmakers traded stocks that might be influenced by the actions in Venezuela. They have 45 days to report that information. A lot of times they do it earlier, a lot of times they do it later. So it's going to be interesting to see what's coming in there and if anybody was trading defense industry stocks or oil and gas stocks.
So I think that sounds like you and I probably have plenty of conversations in store for us in 2026. Zach,
Okay. So one thing that he brought up was the stocks, and I wonder, you know, whoever knew about the operation, did any politicians invest in Chevron? I don't know if I'll get an answer, but let's see. Did any politicians invest in Chevron before Venezuela invasion? Insider trading. Okay, so yeah, so linking that would be complex is what it says, but senators like Jerry Moran and Pete Ricketts have held significant investments. Okay, I'm talking about, like, did anybody buy any right before then, you know? I don't know if it's going to give me the answer. No direct link, just overlap. Okay, yeah, I mean, so it's weird because they can show Nancy Pelosi's insider trading, and there's a whole app that you can literally track her trading and do exactly what she does, but we can't get this. Regardless, so yeah, that's that. This next video is how oil and tech giants bought Trump. Unfortunately, it's this weird vertical, but it's only a couple minutes long, so let's see what they have to say.
Trump and Trump allies have historically been anti-tech.
I think big tech has made a terrible mistake and very, very bad for our country.
What changed? How did we go from this?
I'm filing a major class action lawsuit against the big tech giants, including Facebook, Google, and Twitter.
To this.
This is definitely a high IQ group. They're leading a revolution in business and in genius.
Well, we can't say for sure, but I'm guessing all of these donations didn't hurt. And the switch up on big tech, it's just...
So actually, yeah, it may be vertical, but this is some very informative stuff here. Trump first term versus Trump second term, it's like the craziest change you've ever seen. You know, pretty much all around he switched up. I was young, so I can't say for sure, but from what I've heard and what I saw when I was young and the facts that I do know, Trump first term actually wasn't too bad. The economy was doing pretty hot, or pretty good, and he wasn't bought by anyone. And he literally, like, that was one of his big promises. And he fulfilled most, not all, but some, like, at least he fulfilled some of his promises. This term, he hasn't fulfilled any, right? He's completely gone against his word. And this is one of those examples here. The switch up on big tech.
Scratching the surface. What you're looking at now is the biggest inaugural fund in the history of the United States. Because there are almost no rules regulating inauguration funds, no laws saying what the funds have to be spent on, no limits on how much can be donated or who can even donate. And as a result, inauguration funds have become a major tool for corporate interests to buy influence in our government. So of course, big tech companies weren't the only ones throwing their hats in the ring. Next up, Big Oil, ConocoPhillips, and Chevron. On the first day of the new administration, Trump signed an order to expand drilling on federal land in Alaska. Then they passed the...
Speaking of Alaska, guys, I don't know if you've heard, and we might do a whole stream about this in the future. They're destroying forests in Alaska. They're shooting bears, like, doesn't matter. They're just not counting, just shooting any bears they see. Alaska's the last great frontier. Alaska's the last place you can go and truly be alone in the wild, you know, live off the land. And it's tough too. It's Alaskan wilderness, you know, they make shows about this, Alaskan bush people and stuff, but it's being ruined. And the Trump administration is, maybe it's not a direct cause, but he's approving of it. He thinks it's a good thing. It's one thing to drill for oil in Alaska. You know, it's been around for a long time. That doesn't have to destroy everything. But whenever you're cutting down the forests and killing all the bears and just not caring for wildlife at all, it's getting bad, guys. And if we don't, you know, protect our forests, it's very simple. If we don't do something about this, then Alaska will no longer be the last frontier. There will be no frontier. It's going to be all civilized. And, you know, it's good to have civilized areas, but it's also good to have wild areas. It's very important to have trees for oxygen and just to leave things the way God made them, you know? Even if you don't believe in God, I think nature is something we can all agree that is really important, you know? And this is something that is also kind of being thrown to the side. You don't see this on the major news because you have people getting shot by ICE agents and you have we're invading Venezuela and stuff, but this is also really important. Alaska's being destroyed. And, we'll get into it. I promise we will get into it eventually, but let's continue with this.
One big, beautiful bill.
Oops. Here we go.
Which had $18 billion in tax breaks and incentives for big oil. Then in July...
And the big, beautiful bill, to be honest, I don't know too much about it, but what I do know is it was supposed to be this saving grace for, for the working man. It's good for us. And it turns out, like, taxing the rich, and turns out that the only people who got taxed were us. And the rich did not get taxed. Probably because the rich bought Trump. Probably because big oil and big tech, and also, I mean, AIPAC's not related in this one, so we won't talk about that. But specifically, big oil and big tech bought him. They're the rich ones, so he's not going to tax them because he's owned by them, right? So the big, beautiful bill was a scam. It was supposed to help us. It didn't help us at all. It actually hurt us. And once again, that just kind of gets shoved under the rug because there's so much bullshit happening that, like, it's hard to stay focused on one thing. And we got to stay sober-minded and vigilant and focus. And, like, all of this has happened in a year. Not like a year, not even, or maybe just now a year, right? It's January, almost Inauguration Day. Just now a year. And this is enough to, like, cover a lifetime. Not a lifetime, but, like, decades. There's so much shit has happened, and it just keeps more and more and more just shoved down our faces, and so we're not really paying attention. A lot of people are becoming desensitized. All these memes you see are just desensitizing you. I mean, the Charlie Kirk memes are a good example. And I'm not even talking about people that were celebrating his death. I'm just talking about just crazy AI slop memes that just completely desensitize you to the fact that a man lost his life on national television, And I haven't seen it yet with the lady, probably because most memes are made by, like, leftists, I guess, but we're still desensitized because of so much stuff that's going on. So, and honestly, that's why I said earlier, I went to the gym. I feel so much better today. Yesterday, I was honestly losing it. I was kind of, I hate to say that, I was depressed, but I was really feeling down in the dumps. I still did the stream because it's important to get the news, but going to the gym today and just, also getting off the phone for a while, I picked up a book. I read a few pages. I worked out. I feel much better, I feel alive, like that's what we all need. And nature too. I spent some time out in nature. I got some sun, some vitamin D. We all need that if we're going to do anything. Cause if we just continue to be on our phones and just, goy slopping and just I'm at a loss for words. Just not doing what we're supposed to do, not following the laws of human nature, then we're going to continue to be desensitized, and we're going to continue to just let all this happen. You know what I mean? But if we're all awake and aware, I think it would be a lot harder for them to slip all this stuff by us. And because, it's like, if you're always, and I have a problem with this, I'm always on the phone seeing everything that's happened, seeing, like, just the world news, because I want to do this. But there needs to be a break. There needs to be like, you need to take time away from the phone, away from the screens, go get some sunlight, like, spend 30 minutes in silence, you know what I mean? And, like, meditate, pray, whatever it is you do. Ground yourself. You have to ground yourself. That's how we stop them from slipping this stuff by us. That's how we overcome. Let's continue this video.
Their own ban and decided that Chevron should definitely be allowed to operate in Venezuela. And I'm sure the $2 million donation had nothing to do with it. Nvidia got in on the action with $1 million donation. And what did they get? Permission. The government had previously banned Nvidia from selling their most advanced AI chips to China on the grounds that China would be using them for the military. Not the case anymore. AI chips can be sold to China again, although Nvidia does have to share 15% of the revenue with the US government. Just like with Apple, tariffs seem to only apply to people who lack direct access to the president. Boeing made a contribution after having a very bad couple of years. You might remember a few years ago, their planes were literally falling out of the sky. Hundreds of people died. Seems like the kind of thing that there might be a trial over. But in May, the Department of Justice made a deal with Boeing to not prosecute them for crimes over the 737 crashes, as long as Boeing paid about $1.1 billion in fines.
Money talks, bullshit walks. That's crazy. I totally forgot about Boeing. Their planes literally were falling out of the sky, and then nothing ever happened, and I guess that's because, yeah, that was the deal. They just fork over some money and you're all good. That is crazy. See, that's another thing that, you know, you just totally forget about. All this shit has happened.
Sounds like a lot of money until you learn that Boeing had just won a contract for $50 billion
Jesus!
with the Department of Defense to build...
Is my Lord and Savior. Guys, it gets worse. Oh my gosh. So yeah, $1 billion seems like a lot of money. It's like, maybe that's a reasonable fine, but they just got a Pentagon deal, so they just got paid $50 billion by the government, so they can just give $1 billion back, no big deal, and everything's fine. That's corruption. That's textbook corruption.
New F-47 fighter jets. And maybe the worst part of all of these donors are the ones that we don't know anything about. The shell companies, political action committees, and the fake nonprofits that were made to hide who the real donors are. Americans for Pharma Reform, Election Freedom Inc., Axe Capital. All untraceable dark money. We'll probably never know.
Yeah, that's another thing. Everything we see, it's 1%. You know? And it's kind of crazy because 1% is enough to realize, like, these are all pedophiles and they hate us, and, you know, but that's just 1%, you know, and we have to see it from that lens, that there's much more going on in the shadows. And, you know, the Epstein files too, that's a good example. They released less than 1% of the files, heavily redacted, and we still found that, you know, Trump is doing things to kids. I mean, and not just Trump, but other people too, you know, and you can choose to believe that, you know, so people unredacted the files by copy and pasting text. And it's kind of funny how the FBI, like, did a special redaction project and really, like, worked overtime, and all people had to do was copy and paste. And, you know, I seen it done, but I saw it, like, live, you know, so I tend to believe what happened. Less than 1%. Imagine the vile, awful things in those files from both left and right that they're not wanting us to see. And we probably never will see.
Who they were or what influence they bought. To me, this looks a lot like a system of patronage. A government that operates on fealty, bribes, personal favors, and insider access. The inaugural fund was just one move in the playbook. A move that recenters corporate power at your expense.
Okay. And then we have this one. Big Oil. I think we all get the point, though. I'm not going to lie. No offense to this guy. He probably did a great job. I think we all get the point. I think we're going to move on. Hold on. I'm just saving the recording, guys. Give me 1 second. All right, so we've gone over big oil, we've gone over big tech, and now here is I'm not going to put them in order, but these are the three biggest influences, the three biggest buyers: big tech, big oil, and the pro-Israel lobbies. So this is a video by Tommy G. I actually don't know much about him, but I guess he's an independent investigator. The video is titled "Investigating Israeli Influence on Politics." So let's see what he has to say.
Israel is essential to the security of Jews worldwide.
America has never flinched from its commitment to the state of Israel.
America and Israel have a special friendship.
I gotta be careful the way I say this. They're gonna try to ethnically cleanse Gaza. They're talking about basically removing 2.5 million people from there, okay? There are some serious questions here, Patrick.
What's your reaction to seeing those photos?
Horrific. Last week, they even went to a point further than starvation called famine, worst food hunger you can get into.
Wow. Highest number of child amputees worldwide? I mean, it's just sickening that we're doing this to kids. What crime did they commit? We gave Netanyahu a blank check.
Would it be your impression that many of our politicians are under Israeli influence?
One thing about that starving and famine thing. So whenever you officially cross over the line from just starvation to famine is usually where you're past the point of no return, which means long-term damage is happening from your lack of food, and you will never fully recover. Some will, but it's a line that you crossed. And the people that are starving in Gaza right now, which that is happening, you know, don't let the administration fool you. That is happening. You know, I mean, there's plenty of, well, I would say plenty of journalists, but there's really not because they keep killing them. But people are starving. And once you go to famine, it gets past the point of no return. These people will live the rest of their lives, no matter how long or short they may be, suffering the consequences of long-term starvation, including children.
That's such a mild way to put it.
Mainstream media is been taken over by extremist groups. Most of what you see is either AI or footage used from Syria.
The IDF commanders we spoke to said they are the most ethical army in the world. They're the most precise.
Wait, what was that though? What was that?
What you see has been taken.
Okay.
That's such a mild way to put it.
Mainstream media is been taken over by extremist groups. Most of what you see is either AI or footage used from.
Okay, so they're saying all these images are AI generated. Very possible. But one thing I do want to say is something Trump just recently said. He was confronted about someone throwing, it was a video of someone throwing trash, like a bag of trash outside the top floor of the White House, like outside of a window. And he said, if anything bad happens, just blame AI. If anything bad happens, blame AI, Trump. Okay. Yeah, so check this out, guys.
There's a video that is circulating online now of the White House where a window is open to the residence upstairs and somebody is throwing a big bag out the window. Have you seen this?
No, that's probably AI generated.
So
Actually, you can't open the windows. You know why? They're all heavily armored and bulletproof.
So that's a fake video?
Well, it's got to be because I know every window up there. The last place I'd be doing it is that because there's cameras all over the place, right? Including yours. No, but every window, I've never seen a window that's, in fact, my wife was complaining about it the other day. She said, love to have a little fresh air come in, but you can't. They're bulletproof. And number one, they're sealed. And number two, each window weighs about 600 pounds. You have to be pretty strong to open them up. No, that has to be, where was the window? Let me see.
Maybe from the renovations.
Which is the window?
It looks like this is on the 15th Street side, I think.
Yeah.
So right here.
Yeah, those windows are sealed. Those windows are they're all sealed. You can't open them.
What you were saying regarding the federal.
It's the kind of thing they do. And one of the problems we have with AI, it's both good and bad. If something happens really bad, just blame AI. But also they create things, you know, it works both.
So if something really bad happens, just blame AI. That's the President of the United States saying that. And the thing about AI is it's getting really scary. It's getting really, you know, when it first came out, it was like, dude, this is obviously AI, you know. But even some old people, you know, like would still get fooled by it, you know. But nowadays, like, it's getting really hard to tell. And it's pretty dystopian because you can't trust anything you see anymore. You have to take everything with a grain of salt, and you have to really be aware and just be vigilant. You know, you really have to pay attention. And even then, you're still going to get fooled probably. But the President of the United States said himself, if anything really bad happens, just blame AI. So I find it hard to believe that all the photos of child starvation in Gaza are just AI generated. I find that hard to believe, you know. But anyways, let's get back to that investigation.
Syria?
The IDF commanders we spoke to said they are the most ethical army in the world. They're the most precise.
That's complete bullshit. I do know that Hamas would have their weapons depots under hospitals.
There's a reason that Hamas operates out of schools and hospitals.
Imagine being able to build an app with your name on it just by thinking about it. Meet Base 44.
Did you guys see that? It like almost didn't play the ad. I got my hopes up for a second.
With Israel being questioned now more than ever, I went to Washington, D.C. to investigate the claim of whether Israel is our greatest ally and looked in particular into the influence of AIPAC, the American Israel Public Affairs Committee, on our elected officials. And we also examined the war in Gaza, asking whether Israel truly lives up to its claim as the world's most ethical army, or whether we are witnessing serious human rights violations funded in part by our U.S. tax dollars. To look into this,
What do you mean funded in part? We give Israel's... In part, we're like the majority of Israel funding. We're the reason they have all these weapons in the first place.
With U.S. senators like Ron Johnson and Rand Paul, with IDF soldiers, a Jewish woman turned anti-Zionist, and one of the greatest conspiracy researchers of our era, Ian Carroll. I ask the questions that are scary to ask, and I do so as a proud American. Let's get to it.
I like how he's, you heard him, he's interviewing both sides, so that's pretty cool.
So this is one of the scariest pieces that we ever worked on, and it's crazy as a journalist that you have to be afraid to ask questions or investigate the truth. So let's just start off with some ballpark statements. I'm not anti-Semitic. I hope all Israelis and Jewish people around the world are happy, healthy, and thriving, as I do for other people as well. It's possible that I'm going to be called anti-Semitic from doing this video, and that's not true. I don't hate anybody. There's not one person in this world I hate, and you can't tell me I do. What is the point of having...
The problem is they will call you anti-Semitic for also wanting the Palestinians to be happy, healthy, and thriving. You know, you can say that, hey, like, I want you to be happy and healthy. I also want these people to be happy and healthy, and you will get stones thrown at you.
Platform if you're not going to do something that's absolutely necessary, which I believe this is. So what we're going to do is use very American principles, which is questioning the narrative, questioning our government, and questioning foreign governments. We're allowed to do that. People have died for that right, and people will continue to die to fight for that right. So this is to freedom of speech. This is to investigation. Now, folks, let's jump into the video.
It's a great disclaimer.
You got arrested right around here.
Well, inside in the Senate Foreign Affairs Committee chambers.
You're a lieutenant colonel.
Yeah.
Ex-Green Beret.
Yep.
Served this country.
25 years.
What was that like getting arrested?
It felt.
Oh, did y'all see that video? We'll let them play this out, but yeah, two like combat. Pretty sure they're both combat veterans, and they went to the Senate Committee on Affairs and just say, hey guys, let's not support this genocide. To be fair, they interrupted the meeting, yeah, but you know they didn't allow them to talk at all. They just arrested him. Just kind of crazy.
Right.
This is Anthony Aguilar. He served as a U.S. Special Forces soldier for over 20 years, and after the horrific things he witnessed as a mercenary manning the aid stations in Gaza, he has decided to come forth as a whistleblower, sounding the alarm for what he says are massive human rights violations. Here's what he had to say.
There are some members of our Congress, in the Senate and the House, that are compromised by a foreign government. I don't know what the compromise is, whether it's, pictures of them doing something embarrassing, if
Epstein's
it's money,
list,
if it's
Epstein,
promise of a few, like, hey, we back you for this next position. I don't know what it is.
Folks, the Israel-Palestine conflict stretches back generations, but for today's episode, we will be focusing on the past 2 years. Let's rewind back to October 7th, 20...
Yeah, and just so everyone's aware, even people that are, free Palestine and all that, they'll say like this ongoing genocide that's been happening for 2 years. You need to know that ever since Israel's formation, they've been committing human rights violations against the Palestinian people. And I'm talking about killing unarmed civilians, women and children, horrible things. Look up the list of war crimes. Look up the list of war crimes that Israel has committed since its formation. It's on Wikipedia. It's on other websites. Wikipedia gives a very expansive list, just every single thing, just plenty of genocides. Or really, it's one genocide, but plenty of incidents. Massacres is what they called it. Massacres, plenty. Kind of crazy that this one little nation has done this much, But let's continue.
when Hamas executed what's widely regarded as the worst terrorist attack in Israeli history. A coordinated operation used rocket barrages, motorized armed paragliders, and foot soldiers that swept through Israel, killing approximately 1,200 Israelis and taking around 250 hostage. Similar to how Americans responded to 9/11, Israel reacted to the horrific carnage by mounting a full-scale military operation, with their main objectives being to rescue Israeli hostages, eliminate Hamas military and leadership, and prevent Hamas from ever again being able to threaten Israel. As of late, some people have begun questioning the Israeli official narrative of October 7th.
Was there a stand-down order?
According to IDF testimony from the Knesset, the legislative body of Israel, IDF soldiers claim they were told to stand down from patrol on the morning of the attack. Adding fuel to the controversy, Netanyahu's right-wing coalition voted against having a state-run inquiry into October 7th, despite polls reporting that roughly 70% of Israelis wanted one. That has helped spark conspiracy theories suggesting Israeli intelligence may have had prior knowledge of the attack. After all, Mossad is widely regarded as the best intelligence.
Very similar to how American intelligence had prior knowledge to the attack of the towers, you know, and Pearl Harbor, and, you know, pretty much every major crisis, you know, so very similar. And it's funny how they're drawing parallels to 9/11, you know, that their whole thing is, this is our 9/11, this is our 9/11. And the evidence comes out and you say, oh, well, maybe it is your 9/11, seeing as you knew about it.
Agency on the planet, and the level of surveillance they had over Gaza is incredible. Are there IDF soldiers that are purposely targeting civilians and just kind of willy-nilly shooting people?
So willy-nilly shooting, yes. The IDF utilize machine gun fire, shooting machine guns, shooting bullets at people to control the crowd.
An Israeli newspaper report saying that soldiers were ordered to shoot at unarmed civilians waiting for food aid in Gaza.
I experienced that with a young...
I wonder if he's going to show all the videos. I've seen way too many videos of children getting shot in the back of the head, snipers celebrating when they shoot an unarmed civilian. Way too many videos. Let's see where this goes. I'm going to try not to interrupt it as much, guys. I'm sorry. I am very passionate.
Damir in distribution site number 3. And this young boy, without shoes, who had walked 10 to 12 kilometers, and when he came up and he got meager scraps from the ground, not a box of food, not a meal, he came and thanked us. He and others were killed. The Gaza Humanitarian Foundation has come forward with a press release last week where they showed, oh, this young boy that Mr. Aguilar said he saw on this date, we scoured the earth and we found him, and here he is. The boy that they featured in that is not the boy that I saw on the 28th of May.
So it's propaganda.
It is propaganda. They are lying.
Now, GHF, the organization running the aid station that Anthony worked with, came out with a statement refuting Anthony's testimony by poking holes in at least one aspect of his story. They say the kid that Anthony claimed had died, a little 8-year-old boy named Abdul, is actually alive and well, and they have video proof of it, and therefore we should believe none of Anthony's testimony. However, let's also share...
Do we think that's the same kid? So, different haircut. Look at the facial structure, right? First of all, he looks really hungry in that picture, so it might be hard to tell. But looking at the facial structure, and then we have this kid. Look at the ears. Look at the nose. Look at the forehead. Look at the eye shape. You know, it's possible. It's possible it's the same kid. But they scoured the earth. They could have just found a kid that looks very similar. Yeah, it does look a little different. Anyways.
They have video proof of it, and therefore we should believe none of Anthony's testimony.
There's that one.
However, let's also share Anthony's side of the story. He would make the case that unfortunately the lead reporter investigating whether the kid was actually alive or not, Mohammed Salama, was killed in an airstrike by the IDF when the Nasser hospital was bombed live on camera multiple times. This horrific bombing of one of the last functioning hospitals in Gaza.
Did you guys hear that? Dude, I know we're trying to talk about influence on politics. But hospital bombed. I don't think those two words should be in the same sentence, you know? But their argument is that, and they've also bombed schools, so their argument is that Hamas is hiding in these hospitals and schools using civilians as cover or whatever. Yeah, so, you know.
showed aid workers and journalists being killed. When asked about this, both our politicians and IDF soldier contacts maintained that the aid workers and journalists were Hamas. Here's the footage of the men who died in the airstrikes. Tell me in the comments if you think they are Hamas.
So my name is Doron Kedar. I'm a sergeant major in the Israeli Defense Forces, today in reserves.
This is Doron Kedar. He is an IDF veteran of 20 years, and he is currently serving as a Special Forces reservist. He is the host of the Doron Kedar podcast and a strong voice advocating for the Israeli perspective.
Mainstream media is been taken over by extremist groups from the far left, wokeism, Islamist groups, socialist groups, Marxist groups.
In my experience speaking with IDF soldiers and pro-Israeli
Yeah, but what about me and people like me who are not Marxist, socialist, or far left? We're seeing through the shit too, so...
There seems to be a common playbook when it comes to tackling any criticisms of Israel. In my conversations with these guys, I've been called an anti-Semite, a Jew hater, told I've been thinking like a Nazi, and even accused these guys I've been...
I respected you when we first started speaking. You seemed open-minded, but you are just spewing anti-Semitic and insane rhetoric. Again, answer the question, who is to blame if Hamas rejects this deal? Are you going to blame Israel?
Called an anti-Semite, a Jew hater, told I've been thinking like a Nazi, and even accused of bearing responsibility for the horrible attack recently in Manchester, simply for asking questions that I think most of us have. But folks, I am a lover of all people, Israelis included, and these smears I think most of us have. But folks, I am a lover of...
Said, don't be a weenie. I love all people. What a response, dude.
People, Israelis included, and these smears will not stop me from questioning what I see.
Most of what you see is either AI or footage used from Syria and or Iraq and or other countries.
What do you think the true number of dead civilians is?
That is probably looking more at maybe 20%, maybe 30%.
By war standards, it's still pretty darn high, right?
No, the opposite. What they will tell you is that Israel's ratio for civilian to combatant is actually much lower than the war in Afghanistan and Iraq. Basically, our ratio has been 1 combatant to maybe 2 civilians.
The case Doron is making here is that the numbers out there that were allegedly leaked...
So for every 2 civilians you kill, you get 1 Hamas. There's got to be a better way, you know? Got to be a better way.
In Israel are actually false, and the civilian casualty rates are not so horrible, and that these numbers are fabricated by woke/Hamas.
This is the Associated Press. I spoke earlier. I like the Associated Press. They seem to be pretty decently unbiased, at least compared to the rest of them, you know. This is footage from Gaza. And also, you look at Gaza before and after. I'm sure, you know, this video seems to be very in-depth, so it'll bring it up. But like, look in the background. Entire buildings flattened, you know. And now Trump is planning on making Gaza into a high-tech strip, like super city, and you know, building Trump hotels over there. And it's very convenient. Once again, you can't draw direct cause and effect, but you can say, okay, they've been leveling buildings, completely destroying buildings, like to the ground, and now they're talking about, we want to build Trump towers here and Trump hotels and make it a super high-tech city and continue to, you know, obviously continue to ethnically cleanse the area as well.
Influenced media. So we sat down with Dr. Aziz Rahman, a man in Milwaukee that actually volunteered at Nasser Hospital in Gaza for 2 weeks, and we hear what he saw boots on the ground.
Dr. Aziz Rahman, I practice here in Wisconsin. Yeah, I was in June 2025. I was in Gaza at Nasser Hospital, which is in Khan Yunis.
That's bravery right there, man. Cushy doctor life in Wisconsin. Went to go volunteer in a war zone. Mad respect.
In the south of Gaza. I probably saw thousands of patients. I probably treated hundreds of patients. I actually did surgeries myself on maybe 50 to 75 patients.
The IDF commanders we spoke to said they're the most ethical army in the world, they're the most precise, that the minimal amount of civilian casualties are being expended with them. What would you say to that?
That's complete bullshit.
Chapter 1, AIPAC. Let's get it.
This is Brendan from the organization Open Secrets. His group is a nonpartisan watchdog that tracks the money flowing through politics, and he helps me break down the numbers connected to AIPAC. What is AIPAC, and how do they function?
They make contributions to candidates. A traditional PAC they are able to make contributions directly to candidates. They collect money from their members or other people who are interested in their cause and support their policies, and then they deliver it to the candidates.
There are members of our Congress that are compromised. That is a fact. Those that are compromised because they get the backing of AIPAC and they get the backing of Israel, their voices are amplified. You can't fight against that propaganda machine. It's huge.
So there's this Israeli commando I've been talking to, and I've talked on the phone with before, and he was going to consider doing an interview, and then he said it's pointless. Everyone just turning into an empire of Nazis pushed by Nick Fuentes, Kanye West, Candace Owens, and more.
The first problem is that every American moron retard wants to talk about, and I even say this to people, it's always, oh, you're taking my tax money. Shut the up, dude. You don't know where the your tax money is. You wouldn't even know where your tax money is, where you don't even read any of the bills. You sign all the bills, and then you want to pay more tax for gas. You want to do all this bullshit. But then when something big happens in the world, that's where my tax money is going. Shut the up. Nobody knows where the tax money is going.
It's proven millions of dollars coming from our tax money go to Israel and Ukraine. That's proven. What's also, there's this guy, I don't know his name, we'll figure it out in a little bit, but he goes on Omegle or Omi TV or whatever, and sets his location to Israel. He's from Palestine, and he tries talking to these people. A very nice guy, has never ever said anything bad, right? Like, never been like, fuck you Israeli or anything like that. No, instead it's very like, hi, how are you doing? I'm from Palestine. And then you'll see the videos, they'll be like, now they know who he is. It's so weird how these people work. They'll be like, they're acting like fans, like, oh, I know who you are, blah, blah, blah. And then he's like, so do you think the war in Palestine's a good thing? And they're like, yeah, kill them all. And then it's just, there's too many of them for it to be fake too. And freaking Sneeko, he went on Omi TV just recently and did like the Israel thing, and yeah, same thing. He didn't do it the way that guy did it, but he was just asking questions, and I challenge you to do it yourself, man, for real, and we might react to that too. But I want to see where this guy is going with this. But that's right here is an IDF soldier saying, "Fuck you! You don't know where your tax money is going, even if you think."
Ian Carroll is one of the internet's top conspiracy analysts. His critics label him an anti-Semite spreading false information about Israel, but to others he is a fearless journalist that speaks on what some perceive as an extremely strong Zionist pressure on our government. Here's what he had to say.
There are 100 U.S. senators. Last year, 93 out of 100 U.S. senators were people whose campaigns had been funded by Israel,
wow,
AIPAC, and the Israel lobby.
And that's what I was saying earlier. If you corrupt the legislative branch, doesn't matter who the president is, And in this particular example, Trump is also corrupted. So Trump is getting away with all this because everyone else is bought too. Nice mustache, by the way, dude. No, this guy's cool. I actually have never heard of this guy.
3 out of 100 U.S. senators were taking money from a group that represents a foreign government and foreign interests in order to operate our government on behalf of someone else. And they all work here, in this building.
This is Representative Ro Khanna from California, and he does not take AIPAC money according to the website Track AIPAC. Here's what he had to say.
It's too much. I mean, it's too much. All these super PACs and PACs are too much. I don't take a dime of PAC money, lobbyist money, since I've been in Congress. And I don't believe in super PACs. And so I can vote my conscience. But if you have people who have a particular point of view, in AIPAC's case, they're basically whatever Netanyahu does is right. That's their point of view. And they're saying, okay, if you don't take that view, we may come after you. We may have millions of dollars spent against you.
Now, ask any American content creator what the scariest subject to cover is, and the answer is Israel. Even YouTubers I know who support Israel.
For what does it... Hold on. I got a full screen for this. For what does it profit a man to gain the whole world, yet lose his soul? These people are taking money to get into power, but then you have to do what they tell you to do. And he mentioned it. Hopefully it goes into further detail, but... Say that I was a senator, or I was running for Senate, and I took money from AIPAC, and they helped me win. Because they really do help people win. Just like that little picture it showed, not 93, but 175 of candidates that were supported by AIPAC ended up winning their primaries. And Ron DeSantis was the cover of that. Ron DeSantis is one of them, right? Imagine if I was one of those guys. And I eventually had enough. And I was like, I can't do this anymore. I can't go against my conscience. I'm going to vote against Israel this bill. They, in my next election, in my next campaign for my next term, they are going to put millions of dollars into another candidate specifically to make me get out of office. Because I betrayed them, which is true. I took their money and then I didn't do what they wanted me to do, which is betrayal. Don't take their money, you know? So this guy, Ro Khanna, first time hearing about him, but I know about Track AIPAC, and if what he said is true, he hasn't taken any money, good for him. But also people like that, they were threatening Marjorie Taylor Greene. They were threatening Marjorie Taylor Greene, and she ended up resigning. But they were specifically the Trump administration, but also AIPAC was saying, we're going to spend millions of dollars to make sure you don't get back into office. And pretty sure they were trying to prosecute her for something too, even though all she did was vote with Thomas Massie on something. She betrayed them. You know, she was on their side, and then it was the Epstein files that turned her against it, and she voted with her conscience, and she paid the price, and she ended up resigning for it, right? So that's the whole situation we're dealing with here. Wow, what a freeze frame. That damn flag.
Their channels were shadow banned for months after covering them. And folks, the plot around free speech thickens. News just broke that Larry Ellison, co-founder of Oracle, will be buying TikTok, a platform where young people can freely exchange unfiltered ideas.
Larry Ellison is a Zionist, by the way.
No Israel connection here, right? Wrong. Ellison is one of the IDF's largest private donors, giving the army tens of millions of dollars through Friends of the IDF, a non-profit that brands itself as a non-political, non-military organization, but somehow also is the official U.S. partner of Israel's soldiers.
Is it hard to trace who's getting money from AIPAC and how much?
There's a reason why TikTok is even stricter than Instagram, and Instagram is also, Mark Zuckerberg is a Jew. But Instagram is more free speech, which I'm thankful for. TikTok, you cannot say anything. It's completely, like, you can't even use the juice box emoji. And juice box emoji is slang for Jew or whatever. You can't even do that. Literally, even if your post is saying, I heart the juice box emoji, it'll still ban it. It's just an instant takedown for the juice box emoji. They are super strict about, there's no free speech on TikTok, is what I'm trying to say here. And that happened after Larry Ellison bought it, who sent tens of millions of dollars to the IDF.
It's pretty straightforward. You can tell, if their PAC makes a contribution to a candidate must report that and must report where it came from.
Can we see some of the numbers, like to what level AIPAC is funding our politicians?
AIPAC would fall under a what we call ideology single issue. So these are groups that are focused in on particular issues.
So this is the top contributors for 2023-2024.
Yes.
So it's fair to say that actually the left was much more heavily funded across the board, and that if you break it down further to AIPAC, it was about, 25 million to the Democrats and about 17 million to the Republicans.
So yeah, left and right is both compromised. And apparently, according to this, left is more compromised. But regardless, they both have tens of millions of dollars in their pockets because of Israel, because of AIPAC. AIPAC sent them that money, so they vote for what AIPAC wants, which is, whatever Netanyahu does is right, like they said. I mean, that's basically what AIPAC believes in.
Do you want to take a second and touch on something that I think is really important? I'm a huge advocate for mental health on this page, you guys already know, especially.
And you might have been wondering, who are all these senators that are taking money from the Israel lobby? Well, if you wanted a list of all-timers, our boy Joe Biden would be at the very top with 4.2 million during his career. But you'd also find Hillary Clinton, 2.3 million. You'd find Kamala Harris, 2.3 million. You might think, oh, Trump's not on there. No, that's just because he was never a senator. So you'd have to go to a different webpage to find that number.
So would someone like Miriam Adelson appear on a list like this?
Yes.
I'm curious what her figures are, because I've seen that it reported allegedly that between 100 million and 200 million plus to Trump from the Edelson family.
She was, in 2024, she was the number 3 donor, behind Musk and Mellon.
You know, Miriam and Sheldon would come into the White House probably almost more than anybody.
The Adelsons are some of the wealthiest Jewish billionaires in the world. Now it is the Adelson, just Miriam. Her husband Sheldon died. They have a long, wealthy relationship with Donald Trump, a very long and wealthy relationship with Benjamin Netanyahu, as well as with anyone and everyone else that is associated with the Zionist project and Jewish causes.
This is Representative Nancy Mace of South Carolina, and according to Track AIPAC, she's taken about $130,000 from AIPAC-linked groups. Wow. Here's what she had to say.
No, compared to your colleagues, you're minimal.
Am I low?
Yes,
Okay.
which is good. Do you think Americans have a right to fear that AIPAC is too powerful and that some people would say that it feels like we're almost controlled by Israel?
No, we're not. And you can't buy votes, okay, when you're up here legislating. Yes, we have to run for re-election. Yes, we have to raise money to do that. I've never gotten pressured by AIPAC. I've never said, hey, you have to do this, and I've never...
So it's not some insidious meeting in a parking garage where a guy with an AIPAC hat comes to you?
No, I would definitely not accept money from anyone threatening me, and that's just not a thing.
That's out of the mouth of someone who's taken $130,000 from AIPAC.
Mr. Johnson, Tom.
Hey,
Tom, nice to meet you.
Good to meet you.
Thanks for seeing us.
Certainly. Rep Hank Johnson is my handle, by the way. At Rep Hank Johnson.
First guy to do the good plug, so check him out, guys.
Yeah, check it out.
This is Representative Hank Johnson from Georgia, and he does not take AIPAC money according to the website Track It.
And what's funny is, I don't want to get it wrong, but I'm pretty sure I just saw a video of this guy, and he was asked what he thought about the Minneapolis shooting, and he said he should be tried in court, and he said it was at the very least have his badge stripped, kind of that perspective. So it's interesting he doesn't take any money, and also that ICE is trained by IDF, and a lot of ICE is ex-IDF soldiers, Israeli American people, so like dual citizens. So there's an interesting connection there.
Here's what he had to say.
The AIPAC PAC is powerful. The money that they put in.
You see that swallow there? He's like, I gotta be careful what I say. Watch that.
PAC is powerful. The money that.
He's like, fuck, why did I let this guy interview me? I'm gonna get assassinated or something. Look at that swallow, dude.
AIPAC PAC is powerful. The money that they put into elections can be influential. And so politicians do pay attention to that.
What a political answer.
Hey there.
Hello.
How are you?
Come on in. Good. How you doing?
Good. Nice to meet you. Tommy.
Tommy.
How are
Good
you?
to meet you, Medea.
Medea Benjamin is a Jewish woman who has been to Israel and once considered herself proud of Israel until her conscience forced her to stand against it. She's the leader of activist group Code Pink, and she's made it her mission to call out U.S. politicians for taking AIPAC money and enabling the destruction in Gaza. Here's what she had to say.
Would it be your impression that many of our politicians are under Israeli influence?
That's such a mild way to put it. I mean, they are bought off by AIPAC, and that's not even the most important part. The most important part is they're scared to death of AIPAC. They're afraid that if they become the top, well, look at what they did to Cori Bush. Look at what they did to Jamal Bowman, and you can go back. Look what they did to Jewish Congressman Andy Levin. just because he said some mild things about Netanyahu. And so these members of Congress don't want to be in the crosshairs.
We've heard a few times now politicians mention Cori Bush and Jamal Bowman seemingly getting pushed out of office by AIPAC. Here's what Cori and Jamal had to say on the matter.
I got a message from someone in the community. AIPAC said to tell you that they know you're not going to change your stance. They just want you to be silent.
They are very strategic and very unapologetic.
Now let's break this down by highlighting Jamal's story. During his 2020 term, he was critical of Israel, calling what they were doing in Gaza a genocide and being one of the first politicians to demand a ceasefire. So when he ran for re-election in 2024, AIPAC-related PACs spent a record-setting $14 million to fund a challenger to unseat him. For comparison, his 2020 opponent spent under $2 million, meaning that AIPAC poured more than 8 times that amount to defeat him in 2024. It was the same story with Cori Bush when she also called the war in Gaza a genocide, and AIPAC allies spent $8 million against her, and she lost. So it seems AIPAC has real power to force out politicians they don't like, and when it appears to be lose your job or listen to AIPAC, allegedly, it's easy to see why politicians fall in line.
And so they either put their head down or they're more even brazen to say, yes, I'll go with AIPAC on a trip to Israel this recess instead of being with my constituents.
Recently in the news, I've been bombarded by stories of U.S. politicians visiting Israel. I've even heard New York mayoral candidates tripping over themselves to say how often they visit or want to visit Israel.
I would visit the Holy Land.
I would go to Israel.
Yeah, I'd make my 4th trip to Israel.
That's the sound of an American oil company hard at work.
1 second, guys.
Want to be a part of it? Listen up.
Of course, it's an oil ad too, huh?
Hello.
So yeah,
so
that clip right there was from the debates when Zohran Mamdani was running, and that was kind of what made everyone really like Zohran Mamdani, because he was the only one who said, I'm not going to make a trip to Israel because I want to focus on New York and the 5 boroughs. Why are candidates for mayor of New York talking about going to Israel? We're not talking about the president, first of all. We're talking about the mayor of New York. And they're, they want to... New York's actually very powerful. The mayor of New York is not like the mayor of Minneapolis, for example, New York's like the highest GDP city ever, I'm pretty sure. You have like Los Angeles, California, which is up there, but it's just weird, and Zohran was the only one who said, no, I won't go to Israel. I'm going to focus on New York. And then they're like, well, do you think Israel has the right to exist? And then he said, I think every country has the right to exist. And then they were like, so you don't then. It was crazy, but he ended up winning partially because of that, because, people do see through the bullshit sometimes. Not to say that Zohran Mamdani is perfect, but in that particular instance, he killed it for sure.
And it made me wonder, are U.S. politicians visiting Israel an unusual amount? So we looked at the numbers. A 2024 study by the University of Maryland found that over 25% of all congressional trips were to Israel. And from 2011 to 2016, congressional members took 1,400 trips to Israel, which for comparison in the same time period, there were 88 to the UK and 154 trips to Japan, which are other countries that we also consider to be our greatest allies. And for Americans in the last couple weeks questioning whether their politicians are controlled by Israel, the news of a 250-person delegation to Israel could not have been worse timing. So does this mean that AIPAC simply outplays every other lobby in Washington, D.C. and should be celebrated for being effective? Or are we looking at something far more dangerous, which would be a foreign influence shaping American policy from the inside?
Is it that bad?
Yes, and it's bigger than AIPAC. A lot of times, there's a couple of arguments that get thrown around here to the uninformed. And one is that Israel is not even the biggest lobby. There's all these other nations that are bigger foreign lobbies than Israel. And it's because Israel's not a foreign lobby because they're not registered. Every other nation has to register their foreign lobby as a foreign lobbying group. And that's how it should be, because that way we have much higher standards for disclosure of where the money's coming from if you're a registered foreign agent. And you can actually look into the history of when AIPAC decided not to register. And it was right when John F. Kennedy got shot in the head.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
And you can actually go and read...
Dude, this guy is so freaking based. I don't even want to interrupt him. I'm sorry. He's so based, though. Wow.
The original letters themselves of Kennedy's administration messaging, at the time it was called the World Zionist Congress, and they were saying, you got to register, you're a foreign agent, here's it, and they send the paperwork. And they sent the paperwork over the month before JFK got shot.
Why is it not registered as a foreign entity?
The rules have been made easier for...
That is all true, by the way. And also, during that time, JFK was also pushing for them to be transparent about their nuclear weapons that they had, but they said they didn't have. And he said, this is your, like, no more funny games, no more funny business. You will register, you will be transparent, you will allow in visits to see what your nuclear facilities are like. The Ben Gurion, I believe it was Ben Gurion, the guy who was the prime minister of Israel at the time, immediately resigned after reading the letter that JFK sent. And then a couple weeks later, or a month later, JFK shot. So, and also there's some declassified JFK files which show that Israel had a big part in it, let's just say. I'm not going to say that was it, but it kind of was, you know? I mean, just look at the declassified files yourself. There's a lot to it.
countries like that we consider to be allies.
Rand Paul is the other guy that I was thinking about. He's like Thomas Massey. He's one of the good ones. He's one of the good ones.
There are also a lot of people that are dual citizenship, so people think of Israel in a different way. There are a lot of American citizens who are also Israeli citizens.
So they're American citizens. So, I mean, if you're an American citizen and you're articulating a point of view, that's your right. So I'm not of the view that these people are not American citizens. They're doing everything legally. They're American citizens. They're lobbying for their interests. They're lobbying for the Netanyahu government's interests because they think that's what benefits America, and they're paying millions of dollars, which under Citizens United is legal. The problem is why we have a political system that has that being legal, and why don't we have more people with the courage to say, I don't care, because if the people are on my side, it's not going to matter.
Okay, now at the end of that chapter, I guess we're going back to Gaza for this one, but I want to say that lady that he talked to who runs the protest organization or the advocacy or whatever, in something in pink, was it? It said she was Jewish, and there's plenty of Jewish people that are against this genocide, you know? And so that's why it's also very harmful to be like Fuentes and be alt-right, or I guess alt-right would be the right term, and just to say you hate all Jews and to say things like that. It's simple. All it's doing is causing division. It's not helping at all. You are so close to achieving class consciousness and realizing that it's the people versus the elites. And then you blame everything on the Jews. And like, you're not getting anywhere with that, you know? And I just needed to say that. Let's full screen this. Not all Jews are to blame for what the state of Israel is doing. The state of Israel is a very specific group. You know, Netanyahu and his administration and all the people surrounded, AIPAC, that is different than all Jews. You can be critical of Israel and critical of AIPAC, critical of Netanyahu, and not be an anti-Semite. But when you say you hate all Jews, that does make... Although I don't like the word anti-Semite because Semitic people are also Arabs, and, you know, Semitic just like, you know, there's like the original three, you know, who speak the Semitic languages, Hebrew, Arab, and Greek, pretty sure. Is Greek considered Semitic? Either way, Arabs are also Semitic. So if you're anti-Semitic by definition, then, sorry. Oh, I guess this tea got me burping. But by definition, you know, if you're anti-Semitic, then you would also hate Arabs, right? But that's not what they mean at all. So that's why I dislike that word, because it's, you know, by the definition, it's just incorrect. Regardless, you know, you can't hate all Jews, just like you shouldn't hate any group of people, you know? You can be critical of Israel, but don't be hateful, is what I'm trying to say. So just something to keep in mind, that like there are plenty of Jewish people that are against this and are probably doing more than you are, advocating for, you know, ceasefire and humanitarian aid to people in Gaza. So think about that. Chapter 2, War in Gaza.
Can you guess where this is?
It looks like the Middle East, but no.
Gaza.
Gaza, wow.
Pretty bombed to oblivion.
Yeah, it's very sad.
What's your reaction to seeing those photos?
Horrific. We were complicit. We gave Netanyahu a blank check. Look, the Hamas terrorist attack was awful. And I said that people who committed those crimes had to be brought to justice and the hostages had to be released. But that happened months in. Netanyahu has been bombing for 2 years. Over 60,000 people killed.
Reports out there estimate that anywhere between 70 to 95% of all housing stock in Gaza is damaged or destroyed. Listen to this
right
tape.
there, before and after. Look at that
70
shit.
to 95% of all housing.
2 months. Sorry, I had to. 2 months before Hamas and all that happened. You know, this is what we're looking at. Looking at houses, trees. Just this looks like a normal. This could be America. You know, this could be a suburban American. This looks civilized. This looks like. You know, this looks like normal. And then
stock in Gaza is damaged or destroyed.
2 years later, this is what we got. Everything's been destroyed. Completely flattened, decimated, bombed to oblivion. Everything's brown, decayed. You know, just a second ago, we saw green. Look at this, too. Look at this. The difference. Look at these two buildings. The same building. Look at everything around it. Look at the color difference. Look at how everything is just... This is what happens whenever everything gets bombed. It turns gray and just decayed and... You know, maybe it's edited because I'm looking at this and it looks a little less vibrant. But what you're not thinking about is the dust from all the bombings. So that's probably just covered in dust. And that's what makes everything gray. Regardless, though, before, after, right?
Between 70 to 95%.
Destruction of homes leaves Palestinians unable to safely return to Rafah. 92% of housing units and about 70% of all structures destroyed or damaged.
Of all.
And they're talking about putting in Trump hotels and making it a tech city. Green, lush. I think I see a pool there. You know what I mean? Like this is normal suburbia.
Stock in Gaza is damaged.
That's what we got left. Just to clarify, this can't be faked. You know what I mean? And this is from The Guardian. Even if you don't like the Associated Press, that's another journalists, you know, just trying to cover the news. And this is what's left 2 years later.
Destroyed. Listen to this take from Norman Finkelstein, a Jewish scholar whose mother and father both endured the horrors of the Holocaust.
95% of Gaza's housing is gone. Yeah. It was estimated that it would take until the year 2050 to just clear out the rubble.
I talked to an IDF commando, and if you look at the IDF position on the war, they are the most precise army in the world. And
it's like another example of why you shouldn't just hate all Jews. Like, that's such an ignorant thing to do. Norman Finkelstein is based, all right? He's super based, you know? He's been against the Gaza occupation and everything since long before this whole war, this whole 2023, you know, thing has happened. For probably decades now, he's been very vocal in you know, not wanting people to die, which isn't that bad of a thing, but he's had stones thrown at him. He's the one who's calling against violence, you know, and that's the thing. So that's kind of just like Norman Finkelstein. If you don't know him, if you think all Jews are bad, look up Norman Finkelstein. Based fellow, truly.
Are very fair in how they strike.
In researching this story, I spoke with U.S. Navy SEALs, a Canadian soldier, and others who have served overseas. Many of them supported the IDF's claim that Israel is actually taking extra precautions to limit civilian deaths by risking their own men's life to go door to door to warn Palestinians before bombing their homes. By contrast, in wars like Iraq in 2004, my sources say that civilian homes were often hit without warning. And it's worth noting that in the Battle of Fallujah, for example, the deadliest battle in the Iraq War, there was also an estimated 80% civilian casualty rate. And one theory I'm entertaining is that the casualty numbers we are seeing in Gaza aren't unprecedented, but rather is actually typical of urban warfare in densely populated areas, as several IDF soldiers have pointed out to me. The difference today is visibility, that this is the first major urban conflict where smartphone footage is uploaded daily. And if Iraq, Afghanistan, or Vietnam had been broadcast this way, I think the public outrage would have been just as strong. So to me, this suggests that the backlash on Israel isn't necessarily an anti-Semitic double standard, but rather, unfortunately for them, that this is the first time that the world is witnessing the brutality of war in real time on their phones.
For First of all, they used 2,000.
First of all, we went to war in Iraq. Pretty much every war we did in the Middle East was for Israel. And that's not an unfounded claim. Israel has pushed, just recently when Trump bombed Iran, or maybe it was Iraq, but one of those two, because Israel wanted them to. Very simple. And it was, celebrated as a quick, decisive victory or whatever, and that was the end of it. But that happened in Iraq too. Us saying that what's happening in Israel is not okay is not saying that what happened in Iraq is okay. Simply, what happened in Iraq was awful, and there's really no other way to put that. And it shouldn't have happened. And that's just another war crime by the American government that we have to deal with, However, their argument is that, well, we're not as bad as what you guys did in Iraq, so we're good. But no, that's not the case. You're not good. This is not okay. And also, that thing about going door to door warning people, I've heard stories of them dropping pamphlets, like dropping flyers saying, hey, you guys need to evacuate. We're about to bomb your house. However, with the whole, people were told to stand down on October 7th, that's fishy, right? And it's the same thing with 9/11, which started the Iraq War. And so you got to look at, it's very nuanced, but you got to look at these things. But that's not a good argument. That's not a good argument just to say that, oh, well, we're not as bad as Iraq, so we're good. It's not a good argument at all.
Bombs. You can't be precise when you're using 2,000-pound bombs. Gaza is densely packed. This is just bombing of a city.
Even in this first picture, what I would call the good days, where there's still buildings standing.
Let's just start with one of the reports that's come out in the last few months with 83% civilian casualty rates. What would you say? Are those numbers accurate?
They're not accurate, and I'll tell you why. The United Nations gets their numbers from the Gaza Health Ministry. Who runs the Gaza Health Ministry? Hamas.
If I was an infantry company commander.
So in this age of information, age of AI, age of just crazy advanced technology, it's always been this way, but it's just so much worse now. It's he said, she said. So really, I wouldn't trust anything either side says. What I would trust is this video, investigating, hearing stories from both sides, right? So from my personal investigations, you know what I'm leaning towards, right? But it's still important to hear those people out and to make up your own mind. But it's very he said, she said. He said, she said. So what I would look at is pictures, that are clear. Obviously, they can be AI. I think anyone in their right minds would see that, one side is very clearly lying, and I don't think it's the Gaza side, but that's me personally.
And I had 4 infantry platoons. I was moving into an area to conduct a combat operation where I knew there was enemy. And at the end of it, I killed the enemy, but 83% of the population was dead. I would be tried and sent to Leavenworth for war crimes.
If you're branding yourself as the most precise army in the world, I think those numbers say another story.
It's awful, but we need peace in Gaza. And I don't know how you get peace in Gaza without taking out Hamas.
The food they're eating is not nutritious food. It's aid food. Some of the food has fungus in it and has worms in it. Now they're airdropping these food pallets, which 3 airships equals 1 truck. It's all show. Sometimes the pallets actually drop on people's tents and kill them. So the Gazans have to go through a place where no human can go, okay, where the Israelis have, top-notch surveillance, tanks, drones, soldiers and APCs with machine guns. They have to walk through these corridors that kind of cordon them off like cattle to the aid point. Now you have American mercenaries with machine guns and grenades and tear gas and whatnot watching them. For every, for example, 10,000 people, there's only 1,000 pallets of food. So there's this fight to see who can get the food first. And then they have to get corralled through this exit, which is just like cattle, right? Exit on the way back out, and on the way back out, the Israelis and the Americans shoot over their heads to corral them out quicker.
Americans are shooting too?
Yeah.
That Hamas has taken them, and we know that for 50 to 60% of every dime that's gone to humanitarian aid.
Not what she said is true, but what the doctor said is true. They shoot at them the gates that they're like treating them like cattle, which is, by the way, what goyim means. It means human cattle, and that's what Talmudic Zionist Jews believe that we are. They believe we are human cattle. And that right there is a great example. Now, I'm not saying all Jews, but Zionist Talmudic, who, believe in the Talmud, those Jews believe we are human cattle and believe we should be treated as such, as less than human. And that's a perfect example of these gates corralling these, what they think they're animals, so it's okay, but corralling these Palestinian people and shooting over their heads, like you said. Like, you think they're not popping a few in the crowd? You know what I mean? That why is it that every time this happens, there's people laying on the ground dead? Because they're firing into the crowd and making them bust out of there. Regardless, that's just a good example.
Has gotten into the hands of Hamas.
So yeah, starvation is absolutely real. Last week, they even went to a point further than starvation called famine, worst food hunger you can get into. We saw 2 babies in the neonatal ICU, Zainab and Hassan. Yeah, they were at the end stage of their life. We were requesting baby formula to be brought in, and we actually told the doctors who were coming in next to bring in baby formula, and it got confiscated at the Israeli borders. I myself, just being there, for 2 weeks, I lost 12 pounds. Who says we're gonna starve?
Lost 12 pounds. Greta Thunberg, activist. She was all about climate change for a while. She was gonna go on a humanitarian aid mission to Israel. This might have been disproven. I don't know, but Israel has been blocking aid. There's video footage of it. Greta Thunberg brought attention to it, which is good. So maybe it was false, but what's happening isn't. So humanitarian aid is being blocked. So these civilians who they supposedly care about, who they supposedly tell to flee and all these different things, like, hey, they're letting them know, hey, get out of here, guys, we're about to bomb it, whatever. They're not giving them food. They're not allowing humanitarian aid to come through to give them food. And their reasoning, I'm pretty sure, is probably because Hamas... I'm pretty sure exactly. Their reasoning is that Hamas takes the food before they can get it. It's ridiculous, guys. It really is.
People, so much that they suffer that we're going to force the surrender. It's sick. And your tax dollars, my tax dollars are funding them because both Biden and Trump gave Netanyahu a blank check.
Israel could not,
tens of billions of dollars, guys.
Not give them humanitarian.
Sorry, I'm mistaken. Hundreds of billions of dollars. More money than you could ever spend in a lifetime.
Israel could choose not to provide humanitarian aid to the Gazans. Did you know that
I'm sorry to keep interrupting, but frickin' every time there's a crisis, more money gets sent to Israel. It's just swept under the rug, like we were talking about earlier.
That the United States did not provide humanitarian aid in Afghanistan or Iraq?
How many kids did you come across with bullet holes or bomb residue?
Yeah, so again, I don't know the exact number. For every 100 patients, I would say 10 to 15 were kids, 10 to 15 were women, and then you have 10 to 15 elderly / handicapped, and then the rest men. Almost in the very young men, just past 18 years old, who are just the strongest person in their family, and they were tasked to go get the food, the aid at these GHF sites, the Gaza Humanitarian Foundation, and they're supposed to walk kilometers in the heat with their sandals or they're barefoot, and they're the ones who are supposed to go get it, and they're shot.
Take a look at the writing in blue.
Wow. Highest number of child amputees worldwide? I mean, it's just sickening that we're doing this to kids. What highest number of...
And that's the United Nations. So is Israel also saying that the United Nations is false? I don't even agree with the United Nations. I don't think there should be like a world government type, world legislation. But are we going to say that they're corrupt or false in this sense? I mean, what would they have to benefit from lying about that? Highest
child
number...
amputees worldwide? I mean, it's just sickening that we're doing this to kids. What crime did they commit? These are crimes, and there needs to be accountability.
One thing that really stood out to me was the Nasser Hospital, which, according to many reports, is one of the last functioning hospitals in Gaza. And there was a doctor from my hometown that served there as an American, and after he got back, shortly after, it got bombed twice.
Double tapped, some people say triple tapped. On live TV, they killed the rescuers. and bombed them. The very stairs that I walked, the very people I worked with, the medical students, journalists. It's a war crime on TV, but kind of the news cycle's over and we're past that.
It's not a war crime because the
pay attention to that.
But kind of the news cycle's over and we're past that.
The news cycle's over and we're past that because there's so much shit going on, guys. Just swept under the rug. I mean, I know I said it a lot, but it's really important that you guys get this. We have to like start keeping a list. You know, that's how bad things are, because it'll just be more and more and more. You get desensitized. You stop caring. It's also it is hard to care whenever most people are working multiple jobs and rent's $3,000. You know, Texas, where I live in Texas, is not that bad, but you go to Dallas, you're looking at $3,000, $2,000 for a studio apartment, which is not even a one bedroom. You know, there you have a room that consists of a kitchen, a living room, everything, a bedroom, and then a bathroom, right? So like everything together, and then the only separate room is a bathroom. A one bedroom is a bed and a bath, and then like a living room, kitchen, usually combo. So studio apartments can be like $2,000, maybe even $3,000, depending on which city you're in. So it's hard. It is hard to care about these things, but guys, like, you know, we gotta be on the right side of things, you know.
Not a war crime because the aid workers that were posing as aid workers that were Hamas. We had journalists that are Hamas, but they're posing as journalists. And when Israel finally took them out, and knowingly that the optics is not going to look good, but we can't keep letting them use the disguise in order to continue the warfare against Israel. And then what happens is then you get that reporting on most of the mainstream media that will jump on the story without looking deeply into the facts on the ground and discovering, oh, that guy was a Hamas person.
IDF soldiers often call themselves part of the most ethical army in the world. But would the most ethical army be linked to killing over 240 journalists? According to the UN Human Rights Office, 242 journalists have been killed in Gaza, making this the deadliest war for journalists to cover in history. The most common defense...
Deadliest war for journalists in history. You know, and we're talking history, World War II, World War I, Vietnam, much bigger wars with much bigger consequences, and less journalists died in those wars than in this one. I don't even know if you can even call this a war, but I guess technically that's what it's called, Israel-Hamas war. But let's be real here, guys. It's genocide. It's a massacre, you know? Regardless, highest number of journalists dead.
Here from IDF soldiers is the journalists were Hamas.
I do know that Hamas would have their weapons depots under hospitals. They put citizens at risk.
Let me ask you about this.
Let's just establish some reality, okay?
I don't want to get steamrolled again. If you were in a restaurant with your entire...
I'm not steamrolling you.
A little bit. If you were in a restaurant with your entire family and there was one terrorist in there, would it be acceptable for anyone to bomb that restaurant to kill the terrorist if they also killed your innocent family? Is that ever an acceptable answer?
So war is hell, which is why you want to avoid it. Okay. The only way you end war is you have to defeat the enemy.
To say that they're using civilian grounds, I think is an excuse to invade these areas, to bomb these areas, to level these areas, to get rid of the buildings, to eventually have their plan of occupation and settlement and eradication of the Palestinian people.
Do you think Benjamin Netanyahu is guilty of war crimes?
I think that there's definitely been war crimes committed in Gaza, and that he's the prime minister. But again, the legal determinations the International Court of Justice is going to do, and there should be a court and there should be a process.
Every other home in Gaza.
See, even the politicians who aren't pro-Israel, they still know, like the guy who gulped and gave a very political answer. You know, he was watching his words very carefully. You know, you can, because the thing is you can take $0 from AIPAC. But if you know, they'll still kick you out if they don't like you. They'll raise money for another candidate and make sure you're not in office your next term. So really, the entire government is compromised. AIPAC needs to be registered as a foreign agency. Until that happens, which that's like step one, but you know, that's a good step, I would say. Until that happens, I don't think anything is going to change. People are going to keep giving it. He literally said yes without saying yes, because he can't just straight up say, yes, Benjamin Netanyahu is guilty of war crimes. But guess what? I can say it, you know, and maybe not that many people will hear it. Benjamin Netanyahu is guilty of war crimes. There's a reason he's being tried in international courts right now. There's a reason why the guy in charge of his prosecution was found dead like a couple weeks ago. Right? These are real things that happen. He is the reason that people are being starving and dying and being blown to bits. And their excuse for everything is that, oh, there was Hamas there, blah, blah, blah. You know what, man? I don't believe it. I don't buy it. I don't buy it at all. I've seen too much that proves the contrary. Form your own opinions, but I mean, this video that we're watching is very unbiased. He's given information from both sides, and I'm even trying to be a little unbiased. I'm trying. This guy right here, Doran Kadar, professional bullshitter, in my opinion. That congresswoman lady who's like, I don't see any way to end the war without taking out Hamas. Professional bullshitter, right? $130,000 from AIPAC coming out of her mouth right now. That's what that is. Let's continue.
Has like stuff like this. This was gift wrapped in a house in Gaza. We found like hundreds of these. And this is like Hamas terrorist, right? T-shirt, okay? This is like what the kids wear for their summer camps in Gaza, right? Wow. And this is recruiting, yeah?
It's an adult-sized T-shirt, but yeah, the kids are wearing it, sure.
Their summer camp is recruiting for terrorism. Every home had an affiliation for one of the terrorist groups. Who's the masterminds behind all these groups? This right here, the Muslim Brotherhood.
It's easy to label Hamas as terrorists, and they've undoubtedly committed terroristic acts. But let's ask ourselves honestly, what makes a man grow up to hate another country? Because I don't think the Taliban despise Americans simply because we had freedom, but rather because we bombed and occupied their homeland for decades. After all, a freedom fighter only exists when someone feels they have no freedom. And when you look at the reality that Palestinians have faced for several decades, blockades, military checkpoints, homes demolished or taken by Israeli settlers, electricity and water being cut off, and entire generations growing up under occupation, is it really surprising that resistance movements would form? And furthermore, one could argue Israel indirectly propped up Hamas to encourage division in the country and prevent the more reasonable and democratic PLO from uniting the Palestinians. Now, this does not in any way excuse the innocent Israelis dying in the horrific October 7th attacks, but as an American who regrets what my country did in the Middle East since 2001, I do think this context is important to consider.
You got to spend some time with IDF.
I said it better myself.
I did. Did you feel they conducted themselves professionally, or did you feel like they had a callous attitude towards killing?
I felt they had a very...
Muslims don't hate us because we have freedom. That's like propaganda 101. If you fell for that, I'm sorry. Even before 9/11, we were Desert Storm doing operations in the Middle East, specifically for Israel, bombing, just nothing good, right? So we're consistently, because Israel's our greatest ally, we'll do whatever they tell us to. We're consistently bombing the Middle East. Why do you think Al-Qaeda was formed? Even though, well, before, there's speculation that Al-Qaeda was, funded by Israel. Al-Qaeda says, death to America, death to Israel, yet attacked everyone but Israel. So there's something there. But they don't hate us for no reason. We have been terroristic. In a sense, we have been the terrorists, just like Venezuela. That was a terroristic activities. We should not have invaded them, even if Maduro's a bad leader. You know what I mean? Is these things? Come on, guys. Like, I don't know. I mean, that's. Is it? Am I saying something that crazy? You know what I mean? Is it really that crazy to say that? They don't hate us just because we're free, or whatever.
I would call it an inhumane approach to killing. When I first got into Gaza on the 24th of May, I was at site number 1, and an IDF infantry squad was moving past the area. He was like, hey, and he spoke in a Boston accent. I was like, oh, you're Israeli? And he was like, oh, I'm from Boston. I'm here serving in the IDF. An American serving in the IDF. And he was like, oh, you're part of the...
Similar to Jonathan Ross, the ICE agent who shot Renee Good, was ex-IDF, just saying...
New American food thing, and I was like, yeah. And he was like, why are you feeding our enemies? And I was like, well, I think we're here to prevent Hamas from getting the food. And he was like, everybody here is our enemy.
What Anthony is pointing out is a little unsettling. There are Americans, not dual citizens, who go to Israel to serve in the IDF. I've personally spoken with 3 of them. And folks, to be precise, these guys are not acting as paid mercenaries. They are enlisting as soldiers in the IDF. Now, I can understand a Jewish American having a profound emotional tie to Israel, a nation central to their heritage, faith, and identity. But let's flip the perspective. Imagine Americans taking leave from their jobs in Boston or California, traveling to China to become Chinese soldiers and fight under the Chinese flag for a few weeks, then returning home to resume their American lives. Would that strike you as odd? To me, it raises serious questions. Like, if these Americans are willing to fight for Israel, but not in the United States military, where does their loyalty truly lie?
Because a lot of people are saying we're committing genocide, right? Fact check. Look at the population growth in Gaza since 2023, October 7th, and you'll actually see that the percentile of the population growth has grown.
That sounds almost unbelievable to hear given the numbers that are coming out of the conflict, that it's not people dying there, it's actually the population's growing and flourishing. While 1.9 million people are displaced, there's near famine and starvation conditions.
Yeah,
That's where it feels like we're getting propaganda. That's impossible.
That's right, you're getting propaganda. So these are facts I'm giving you, right? It doesn't mean people aren't dying.
In fact, now they're creating these humanitarian cities, corridors, which are basically concentration camps. And they want to eventually get everyone from the north of Gaza down south to Rafah into these camps where they can come in, but they cannot leave unless they voluntarily emigrate to a different country.
And by the way, a refugee camp was just recently bombed as well.
Yeah.
When you look at that in terms of, okay, what is a concentration camp? Well, when you take a population away from where they live, and you take the population away from...
That was good. Look at that side by side. Nazi Germany and Palestine.
When you look at that in terms of, okay, what is a concentration camp?
Nazi Germany. People loaded up on a cart. Palestine.
When you take
Nazi Germany, concentration camp.
Population.
Palestine.
Away from where...
Nazi Germany. Not sure what this is. This is just the ghetto, I'm guessing.
Live.
Palestine. Yeah. Pretty similar, wouldn't you say?
And you take the population away from where they live in the whole country, and you concentrate the entire population into one area, onto one camp. That is a concentration camp.
How much are you risking right now by coming out and speaking about this?
Everything. My reputation, my health, my safety, my future, everything that I worked for 25 years in uniform, to the reputation that I built in terms of being a patriot.
Why do you think the world is allowing this to happen?
Complacency.
I'm not saying Israel hasn't made any mistakes, okay? Because that's the other thing that people
Holy
don't understand.
backtrack.
Journalists have died covering Israel.
There you go.
Covering this war.
Give them the facts.
Any modern conflict. Has your feed been flooded by videos? A girl carrying a bucket.
Look at that backtrack. He started the interview like, yeah, you know, it's all propaganda, blah, 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 blah. Now, I'm not saying Israel hasn't done anything wrong, but, you know, like, fucking professional bullshitter, dude. Give him the facts, Tommy. Good shit, bro.
Bomb, hospital, bomb, aid station, hit by an IDF truck, all those kind of things.
Yeah.
When we ask people on the Israeli IDF side, they say that's Hollywood, that's fake.
Well, they're just wrong. I mean, I'm not going to defend every single video, because then they're going to put up one video that actually was fake.
Pallywood, it's a funny concept, and it's very creative, but I was there for 2 weeks, and hundreds of other physicians, surgeons, pediatricians, nurses, healthcare workers, aid workers from the West, from America, from the UK, from Australia, from Germany, were there. And to say we are all liars and it's all Pallywood and we are part of that Pallywood is just obscene.
All of the IDF soldiers I spoke to brought up the claim of what they called Gazawood or Pollywood, or in other words, there being a lot of fake, staged, or AI videos used to turn people against Israel. Here are some of those clips. And after seeing some of these videos, I do agree something feels staged or off. However, most would argue, as with any war, propaganda is used by both sides, and this still does not negate the hundreds of real and horrible videos we've all seen circulating our feeds, where refugee camps and children are getting blown up, entire cities appear to be bombed out, and the countless other examples of humanitarian carnage.
Iran-backed Hamas terrorists have been holding civilians hostage for 706 days.
So this is really the crux of the conflict right now, according to the official U.S.-Israel narrative, is until everyone here is released, we will not stop. which I think is fair. If my people are somewhere else and they're being tortured or whatever it is, you want them back. There's no question about it.
I mean, these people were innocent. They were at mostly a music festival. The part of this conversation that gets left out so often is that on day one, Hamas offered to free all the hostages. The only request was that Israel does not enter Gaza.
These people
Tragic
matter.
story.
If you are on the Palestinian side of this conflict and you can't say that these people matter, you have lost your touch. You've lost the narrative as well. I saw reports that there's testimony given by IDF soldiers that they were instructed to stand down between 5 a.m. and 9 a.m. on October 7th. Is there any truth to that?
No. There were some troops that were asked to stand down. My unit, for example, was asked to stand down and not to participate.
So no, but yes. Are you guys hearing this guy for real?
Some troops.
And 9 a.m. There was testimony given by IDF soldiers that they were instructed to stand down between 5 a.m. and 9 a.m. on October 7th. Is there any truth to that?
Is there any truth to that? So we didn't even say, is this true? He said, is there any truth to that?
No.
No.
There were some troops that were asked to stand down. My unit, for example, was asked to stand down and not to participate in rushing to the scene, and there's tactical reasons for that. The concern was that we would have an attack from the north by Hezbollah and or in Judea, Samaria, and if we...
So there's still some truth to that, though.
All the forces and all the units to Gaza to thwart off the attack that was happening there, we wouldn't have any forces or units to send as a response to the north or to the West Bank in uprisings there.
And folks, the fact is, conspiracy or not, October 7th attacks left over 1,000 innocent Israelis dead, and that bloodshed continues to fuel Israel's campaign to root Hamas out of Gaza.
What's the solution with Palestine? You want to propose a...
Well, the whole Old Testament, eye for an eye, tooth for a tooth. I mean, don't you think you've gotten that? We're talking a tragic 1,000 Israelis dead, innocent Israelis dead, tragic. But we're talking, what's the total death count? I mean, obviously they'll disagree with this, but total Palestinian, damn it, death toll since this is just since 2023, by the way, guys. You know, all these suggestions are saying, well, you know, since 1948, since 1967, whatever. But since 2023, from October 7th, 2023 to January 2026, and just the Gaza Strip, 71,300 people with an additional over 1,000 deaths in the West Bank, right? So, eye for an eye, tooth for a tooth has been fulfilled. So that's their religion, you know, but whatever. All right.
Palestinian state. What does that mean for Palestine, and what does that mean for Israel feeling protected that another October 7th isn't going to happen again?
Well, that should be the policy. No October 7th again. That and not militarily eliminate Hamas, which is where Netanyahu's policy is. It means Israel is a secured state, Jewish homeland, democratic state for the Israeli people. Palestine, no Hamas, democratic elections, demilitarized, is a Palestinian state with the help of Jordan and Egypt and other Arab countries, Saudi Arabia, to help make sure that it is secure, that it isn't overtaken at all by terrorists or Hamas, and that it will not threaten Israel. And it recognizes Israel's right to exist as a Jewish homeland. And people say that's hard. Yes, it's hard, but we have to...
Guys, I want to show you something real quick. This is going to be a map of the Holy Land before World War II. Pre-WW2. Palestine, or the Holy Land, or the land of Canaan. This is what it was called, Palestinians. So before the state of Israel was given after the Holocaust and after World War II to the Jews, this is what it was. This land wasn't empty. There were people already here. So there has to be some sort of reasonable, being reasonable, let's coexist. You know what I mean? But no. This land was given to us, so it's ours, and you need to leave or die. I mean, straight up. And since we're on it, let's go ahead and look up the list of war crimes, just so you guys know. Let's see. List. of war crimes by Israel. Israeli war crimes, Israeli violations tracker. Here, so here's the Wikipedia. 1948 to 1966. 1948 Palestine War. Around 700,000 Palestinian Arabs, or 85% of the total population of the territory Israel captured, were expelled or fled from their homes. Dozens of massacres, crop burning, water deprivation, typhoid epidemics, psychological warfare, Israeli well poisoning. Guys, they have a habit of poisoning the well. You know, there's even some thought by scholars that the Black Death, the plague, was caused by well poisoning. So many historians consider the events of 1948 to fit the definition of ethnic cleansing. Between 10 and 70 massacres occurred during the 1948 war. And so a massacre, it doesn't mean that a bunch of people died, but it means unarmed women and children died, right? So 10 major massacres with more than 50 victims each. Killed roughly 800 Arab civilians and prisoners of war in 24 massacres. Palestinian researcher lists 33 massacres, half of them occurring during the Civil War period. And this is literally, they got the Holy Land and immediately started war, you know? So there's something to be said there. And then let's go ahead and, so this is, you know, that's pretty much happening there. Let's go to 1967 to 2005. 6-Day War, 1967, you know, pretty close to when JFK bit the dust. It's interesting. IDF killed surrendering soldiers, Egyptian POWs, and civilians. Not to mention like the 6 other countries that Israel bombed like last year, you know what I mean? During the conflict, they bombed Qatar, Turkey, Yemen, right? All the surrounding areas, because it's a part of a greater Israel. So you guys get this, you can look at this, and just so you know, it's not just on Wikipedia. We can go to American Friends Service Committee, Israeli Violations Tracker. So I believe this is just, this is just for what's happened in the past 2 years, right? War Crimes Archives, welcome to the United Nations. So majority are speaking of what's happening right now, you know, which makes sense. But we want to look up let's just look up this one, the Beit Jala massacre, right? So look up Beit Jala massacre. 1952. I don't want to. I'm trying to get something that isn't Wikipedia, guys. Copy. And then paste and search. Okay, make me freaking spell it then, huh? Beit Jala massacre. 2001. This is PBS. 6 Palestinians killed in clashes with Israeli forces, right? So obviously those numbers aren't a lot. But there's still massacres. Bethlehem massacre. 1952. January 26th, which coincided with the celebration of the birth of Jesus Christ in the Eastern tradition, Eastern Christian denominations. Coincidence? I think not. Israeli patrol detonated a house near the village of Beit Jala, 2 kilometers from the city of Bethlehem. This led to the martyrdom of the homeowner and his wife near the Orthodox monastery. Right, so these are other websites too, right? So this isn't just Wikipedia, because some people say Wikipedia can be falsified or whatever, but it's actually very hard to falsify Wikipedia. And if you do, it only lasts a few seconds. They take it down real quick. So that right there, you know, this has been happening for a very long time. This isn't just a recent event. Just saying. Let's get back to this video.
Towards peace. There's no other alternative.
Was there another American political commentator recently speaking on podcasts about the disruption and dissent against Netanyahu before October 7th?
Yeah.
Who is that?
Charlie Kirk.
There's many young men in America that are actually questioning and I think have decent reason to ask that Israel is on the suspect list of who killed Charlie Kirk.
Which is insane.
Now, that is straight conspiracy, you know. The official story is Tyler Robinson and all that. But, as it showed in the beginning of this video, I know it's been a while, but, you know, Charlie Kirk was heavily pro-Israel for the longest time. He started questioning. He asked, was there a stand-down order on October 7th? He said they're trying to ethnically cleanse Gaza. Literally, like a week later, he's dead, right? Kind of. I don't want to compare Kirk to JFK, but it's a similar situation here, you know? Now, that is conspiracy, though. That is not fact.
Where did you get that? The mainstream media that are...
The mainstream media is not saying that at all, dumbass. No, this is some like, you know, this is not mainstream media talk that Israel killed Charlie Kirk. I'm really trying to be nice here. God.
To throw Israel under the bus into another...
It's almost as bad as Trump, you know. Fake news, dude. This is ridiculous.
Seriously, they also said that Israel's behind 9/11. Of course, Israel also controls the mainstream media, right? Also Israel controls all the banks. That's why Israel demonizes Israel on the mainstream media. Make perfect sense,
so which
right?
one is it? Is it kind of what you're saying?
Yeah, I mean, just use common sense.
Switch to TurboTax and file your own taxes free in the app if you didn't file with us last year. Just file with TurboTax Do-It-Yourself by February 28th. Download now.
This mouse backpack is the
Sorry
best
about the
I've
ads,
ever
guys.
used.
Introducing the Mouse X Mercedes AMG.
There's a lot of Americans that are starting to question how much control the Israeli government has over our administration. I mean, you're talking about the freedom of speech. You talk about there's contractors in certain states that if the state boycotts Israel, the contractor can't work for them or they can't receive aid money if their house gets hit by a tornado. What is going on?
So this is another very emotional...
In Texas, you are not allowed to boycott Israel as a business. They will... If your city boycotts Israel, you will not really receive aid fund, right? And Texas isn't the only state either. But I talk about Texas a lot because I'm from Texas. But straight up, Texas, you know, rah. We're like the most American you get, you know, whatever. Like that's the whole, you know, Texas, you know. But if you boycott Israel, if your city boycotts Israel, you're not allowed to receive humanitarian aid. Like an example of a hurricane or an earthquake or something. Or a flood. Huntsville, Texas, I'm pretty sure it was, you know, a few years back, this happened to them. Businesses aren't allowed to boycott Israel. They won't be supported by the government at all. So stuff like that. So it makes you think, who are we really loyal to?
Issue, and you know, I'll get grief just for saying this, but boycotting something is an American tradition. Not only did we boycott the British tea, we dumped it in the harbor, you know, but there were boycotts at the time of everything British. Israel's per capita income rivals Europe, rivals ours. I mean, they've done incredibly well. They're smart, they're talented, they work hard.
The innovation that's coming out of there.
And the what?
The innovation that's coming out.
Yeah, innovation from tech, all of that stuff. That's also a reason why we shouldn't have to subsidize everything they do.
It is really hard to get U.S. politicians to speak about Israel or AIPAC. Many staffers shut us down the moment that we said we wanted to talk about those subjects, even if they previously said their senator was available for an interview. I mean, just watch this exchange on Breaking Points with Michigan Senator Elisa Slotkin.
Do you think AIPAC should register as a foreign lobby?
I don't know the answer to that. I think that I know plenty of people who think they should. I
It's
don't.
kind of a cop-out answer, don't you?
I mean,
Yeah.
I literally, I just guess I'd have to look at the definition. I certainly have had my tough moments with that organization, and
so you stop accepting their funding.
You gotta get your facts straight.
Senator Slotkin has taken $656,000 from AIPAC-linked groups, so it's no wonder she dodged these questions, and she's not alone. This is how the vast majority of our politicians are operating right now, and it just makes this whole thing weird, because if this is the right move and Israel is truly our greatest ally, then why are they so afraid to speak on it? It doesn't make any sense.
We were just talking to a lot of senators' teams, and they said, yeah, you can talk to the senator, but one thing you cannot ask about is Israel. What's your take on that?
Well, I think for a lot of our elected politicians, Israel is a sensitive subject. That's concerning, because I think that when you ask somebody, what can I not talk about, the answer is, then you know who controls you. We can't talk about Israel. Why not? We give them our tax dollars. We fight in their wars. Is it money? Is it religion? Is it politics? Is it power? Is it a combination of all of them? I don't know. But in my mind, there is not a dollar amount on the planet worth turning a cheek to a genocide.
Israel is an extremely useful asset to have in the Middle East, both from a Western Empire domination perspective, as well as from a money-making, deal-making, political maneuvering perspective.
That's Bill Clinton with Netanyahu. So I saw a funny video today. It was like a parody of Stand by Eminem, and it's this guy writing a letter to Trump. He's like, "Dear Mr. Trump, you're my favorite president. Since the capture of Maduro happened, I was really hoping you could capture this particular leader. He is a dictator who has stayed in office for like 20 years, and he's outdoing your genocide, or he's outdoing your, killing or whatever." That's Netanyahu. So he's been in office at least since Bill Clinton's been in office. I'm pretty sure he was there longer too. Right? So that's just something to think about.
It's very useful to have a nuclear-armed nation that depends on us for foreign aid and for their very survival in many ways. They're working on our behalf.
Like I said, there's a lot of technology connections. If you use an iPhone, you probably have a lot of stuff on there that comes from Israel. And there is a connection in terms of culture. I mean, the religious foundations.
To understand America's support for Israel, you have to look at the country's deep ties with American evangelical Christians. You see pastors like Kenneth Copeland funding Israeli surveillance, while others like Greg Locke are openly calling for Gaza's destruction.
Israel should make the Gaza Strip.
These are all false preachers, by the way, and Jesus talked about them. He said, there will be false teachers, and their punishment's coming. Don't worry, but you know a person by their fruits, you know a tree by its fruits, you know a person by their actions, by their deeds. Kenneth Copeland, dude, look into his eyes. There's no soul. And this is the first I'm hearing of this guy, but if he calls for the destruction of any type of place or people, then I wouldn't call that very Christian, So something to think about.
A parking lot by this time next week.
It's evident that many on the Christian right, like Greg Locke, are openly calling for Gaza's destruction.
Israel should make the Gaza Strip a parking lot by this time next week.
It's evident that many on the Christian right fiercely defend Israel, and it's worth asking why. One theory is because evangelicals interpret biblical prophecy to mean Israel's survival is directly tied to the second coming of Christ. They take verses like Genesis 12:3, Ezekiel 37, and Revelation 16 to...
Let's read it. So I will bless those who bless you, and curse whoever curses you, I will curse. So, Ted Cruz says it a lot. Even Charlie Kirk said it a lot whenever he was very pro-Israel. And, those who bless Israel will be blessed. When Jesus came, though, and, I'm pretty sure Paul mentioned it too, the New Testament says that the Church of Christ is the new Israel. When the people of Israel put Jesus on the cross, demanded that he be crucified, and before that, he was beaten and flogged within an inch of his life, and then he was already going to die. I mean, it was very clear, and then they still said, "Crucify him," This is historical evidence, by the way. Pontius Pilate, this really happened, They did that to him, and they lost citizenship, or whatever you want to call it. They are no longer the people of Israel. The people of Israel is the Church of Christ, right? And this is biblical, what I'm saying. Son of man, these bones are the people of Israel. They say our bones are dried up, and our hope is gone. We are cut off. The great city split into 3 parts, and the cities of the nations collapsed. God remembered Babylon the Great and gave her the cup filled with the wine of the fury of his wrath. So Revelation's really hard to read whenever you only take one verse out of context. Let's see what he says about it.
Really conclude that the end times will be centered around a battle for Jerusalem. So for many of these evangelicals, supporting Israel is not just a political stance, but it is a way of aligning with what they believe is God's unfolding plan for history.
Every president in recent memory, from Obama to Bush to Trump to Clinton, says Israel is our greatest ally. Why do you think they say that?
Even before that, Reagan, every single one. Nixon was probably the last president who was semi-critical of Israel, and look what happened to him, Watergate, So, I mean, every president since JFK, I'd say, is Israel's our greatest ally. We have never, there's a quote, Reagan literally says, we have never shied away from our allegiance to Israel, So not just modern too. It's been happening for a while.
Israel has been a staunch ally in the Middle East. They continue to be that way. But what has happened with the state of Israel is it has come under the control of a right-wing extremist who's not interested in peace. And that has led this country to where it is now committing genocide.
Are they our asset, or are we theirs, or a combination?
Isn't that the question? The Zionists would say that it's a partnership, right? The Zionists would say that we love Israel and Israel loves us and we support each other and we both promote Western values and we're both, he's the only democracy in the Middle East, right? Sort of. Assets.
I like how he said sort of. Hold on one second, guys. Hey, I'm streaming. All right, I love you. Drive safe. Okay. Let's rewind that.
He's the only democracy in the Middle East, right? Sort of.
Sort of. Like I mentioned, Netanyahu's been in office for forever. So is it really a democracy?
Assets are relationships based on manipulation, coercion, control, inherently. Allies is a relationship built on friendship and shared growth and shared gain. And ally is a word that I would not use to describe Israel. Do allies spy on each other secretly? Maybe. Do allies spy on the terrorists that conducted 9/11 and then not tell you what they're seeing? Maybe. Do allies send Jeffrey Epstein into the White House 17 times to apparently develop a relationship with the President of the United States and then probably blackmail him? Definitely not.
And let's just say we do want to be allies with Israel. Are we not able to hold them to standards that we should hold every other country to for war? Yeah, war is ugly. I get that. And you got to take out what they view as the bad guy, the militants. Okay, if you were taking them out specifically.
As Americans, what do we want in our legacy? We want to be honorable people who defended the voiceless, who defended the downtrodden. That's kind of our story. We're always rooting for the underdog. And then when it comes to this genocide, we are aiding and abetting the eradication of civilians. And I think us American citizens want the best for people, for humanity.
Yeah.
One big thing Americans need to think about as we continue to fund Israel instead.
Let's look at that real quick.
I've seen plenty of power banks over my 15 years of reviewing tech, but this Ridge one quickly became a favorite. So this?
Okay, let's look at that real quick.
For humanity.
Yeah.
One big
total U.S. aid by country from 1946 to 2022. Israel is breaking the scale over $300 billion, right? Over, I'm going to assume that they stopped it there because that's where it is, but you never know, it might have gone over. The closest one, Vietnam, is not even 200 billion, right? And that's still a lot, but it's quite disproportionate. It's almost double the second runner-up.
Americans need to think about as we continue to fund Israel and stand by during the destruction of Gaza is this. Is our support of them helping us or hurting us on the world stage? Can we honestly say that backing Israel is winning us allies, or is it isolating us and turning much of the global community against the United States? Because at some point, we have to ask whether our loyalty to one nation is costing us the respect of the rest of the world.
The thing that makes conversations about Israel so complicated is that we are having this conversation inside of an information war. We are in the nexus of one of the largest propaganda campaigns the world has ever known because there is an entire nation's future on the line. And so the first thing you need to understand in order to understand anything about the Israel conversation is that Israel knows that winning the hearts and minds of the American people is the most important victory that they can possibly have on the battlefield. And they spend billions of dollars targeting American minds through politics, through media, through brands, through celebrities, through every piece of messaging that they can possibly use, Because if America starts to genuinely question our relationship with Israel in any meaningful way, Israel has to rewrite their entire playbook of how they do what they do and what their goal is.
Folks, the truth is this is a very complicated issue that would take an entire college course or hundreds of podcasts, I feel like, to really understand what we're talking about. So this would just be the tip of the iceberg, a springboard for you to start your own investigation. But I want to empower you, the viewer. You also are a journalist in a way, or an investigator. When you speak with your friends, when you look up things online, you are also discovering the truth for yourself. So take nothing I say as the truth. Figure it out for yourself, but hopefully this points us in the right direction to ask questions that a lot of us feel deep in our gut, like something is off here, something is wrong here, and I will not be intimidated into not asking questions. After all, I'm a goddamn American. I feel fiercely proud to do this because so many people sacrificed their lives that we have this freedom. So may we always have it, or may we fight for it. Love you guys. Thank you for tuning in, and we'll see you next week.
Wow. What a based individual. Tommy G, probably never going to see this, but that's an excellent show, or excellent video. I appreciated that you interviewed both sides. You were very unbiased, and yeah, let people make their own decisions or conclusions. Yeah, and that, is it Ian Carroll? Is that his name? Ian Carroll? I think so. Let me look it up. Ian Carroll, if memory serves. Oh, well, that's not him. Okay. Yeah, independent researcher Ian Carroll. So like this. Researcher. So he was on the Joe Rogan Experience. Wow. Guys, hold on. I am about to pee myself. So it's pee break time. We will be right back. Hey, I'm just double checking on you to make sure you're alright. Alright, I'll see you when you get here. I love you. Be extra careful, okay? Alright, I'll see you soon. Bye. Woo! I don't know if I could have held that 1 second longer. Maybe it's some TMI, but whew. Damn. Well, yeah, guys, so that was the investigation into the Israeli influence in American politics. And also, I didn't know it was going to be this, but also an investigation into the war, or genocide or humanitarian crisis in Gaza. So once again, Tommy G, good stuff. Ian Carroll, holy based. I didn't even know you existed, dude. I'm gonna have to look into you. That's incredible. I didn't hear one bad thing, honestly. One thing for sure that I agree with is do your own research. Look at both sides. Do your own research. Fact check everything. Come to your own conclusions. One thing we should be able to have is reasonable, rational discussions. Talk to your friends. Let's all try to be more sober-minded, more vigilant, and this is one of many things to focus on, but don't allow yourself to be distracted, There's that recording. Guys, we got 3 videos out of this, at least. So that's pretty solid. Okay. All right, so this might be the end of the stream. I got to make dinner and stuff. But I just want to make sure we're good. I'm going to look up a few things. See what we got here. So, great video. Moving on from that. Go ahead and... This video is too long to do tonight, but we'll go ahead and open it up. An hour long. Jeez. Capitalism versus socialism. What Sam? Big tech. Okay. The real reason Trump bombed Venezuela. Sure, let's see what Sneako's doing.
The scriptures tells us that successful men are often the ones that deal with this, from David to Solomon to Samson. For the last 4 years after opening the door to unchain Leah.
Trump just bombed Venezuela.
Oh, this isn't live. Oh, apparently he's doing an IRL stream.
Why are you such a haram boy? Am I?
You're dressed like a haram boy. Yeah, and yeah, whatever. I don't care about this at all.
Why I get triggered.
Let's see. Let's just refresh and see what we got here. The Unabomber tried to warn you. What does Palantir actually do? I'm really not trying to get into a big video. Let's just look at the news. Republican turns on Trump over Venezuela in powerful speech. Is that Massey? That looks like Massey. Guys, yeah, let's go ahead and watch this then. Judge to temporarily... Yeah, okay. Yeah, let's see what this is about.
Previous president.
All right, guys. So we have Thomas Massey in the House of Representatives, one of the final sessions of 2025, and he turns on Trump over Venezuela in powerful speech. So let's see what he has to say.
Previous presidents told us to go to war over WMDs, weapons of mass destruction that did not exist. Now it's the same playbook, except we're told that drugs are the WMDs. This is about oil and regime change. Mr. Speaker, James Madison warned us that in...
Not to toot my own horn, guys. I said it too, and I'm just saying. But, yeah, this is oil and regime change, 100%. And this is why Thomas Massey is probably the most based person in the government right now. Rand Paul is a good one, too. And honestly, those are the only two I can think of.
Part of the Constitution is more wisdom to be found than in the clause which confides the question of war and peace to the legislature and not the executive. Madison called it the crown jewel of Congress. The framers understood a simple truth. To the extent that war-making power devolves to one person, liberty dissolves. If the president believes military action against Venezuela is justified and needed, he should make
Wait a second. Trump announces bombing of Mexico?
During his interview gone wrong with Sean Hannity, Donald Trump casually announced that the United States is going to start bombing Mexico. He does not use hypothetical language. He does not suggest that this is a mere thought experiment. It is not, some people are saying. He says we are now going to start hitting land in Mexico with regard to the cartels. We will talk about the legality, the political consequences, and all of it.
So, first, this is my first time hearing about it. First, everything. I feel like he's only doing this because it got proven that Venezuela is not really the cartel problem. And everyone knows that Mexico has always been the cartel problem. There's shows about it, Narcos, Breaking Bad. Like, these are fictional shows, yeah, but, Mexico is the cartel. That's where it comes from. Everyone know this, in Venezuela, maybe there's some cocaine flowing through there. Maybe. I feel like they're only doing this because, if they don't, it really just kind of just nails in the fact that Venezuela was all for oil and regime. But now they're saying, hey, maybe we were wrong about Venezuela and the drugs, but we're going for Mexico now, so we have the right intentions or whatever. But let's see what he has to say.
But here is Donald Trump very casually. Are we going into Colombia? Maybe. Are we going into Cuba? Sure. Are we going to try to take Greenland by force? Yeah, maybe. But we're going to start going into Mexico and hitting land.
And we are going to start now hitting land with regard to the cartels. The cartels are running Mexico. It's very, very sad to watch and see what's happened to that country. But the cartels are running, and they're killing 250, 300,000 people in our country every single year. The drugs, it's horrible. It's devastated families. You lose a child or a parent. Parents are dying too with drugs.
We've talked about the difficulty of when you say, where is the headquarters of Antifa? Because it is really not an organization. It's this free form, kind of loose thing. We've talked about the difficulties of fighting Hamas in Gaza because you're talking about a population that is intermixed with civilians just in random buildings and the difficulty of it. How are you going to bomb cartels? How do you know who are the members of cartels for the purposes of bombing? But that's only like a mere technical detail. There's sort of like a few overarching elements to this. First of all, the legality. In the normal world order, you don't just get to bomb a sovereign country because you feel like it. Mexico is not an enemy state. There's no declaration of war. There's no authorization for the use of military force. There's no congressional approval. And just saying cartels, that doesn't magically make the entire thing legal. If the standard is criminal organizations operate there, that describes half the planet. That doesn't mean that the United States would be justified in starting to bomb. Now, secondly, there's the kind of like alliance issue with Mexico.
If the border's closed, the cartel would be on. I thought this was common knowledge that. Hold on. I thought it was common knowledge that the CIA. Everyone knows the CIA brings in drugs. Like, whether you call it counterintelligence or whatever you want to call it, there's a black market. There's like a decent chunk of our economy since Reagan has come from black market, CIA, drugs, just that whole thing. We could get into the war on drugs. It was a whole thing, but I thought that was common knowledge. I thought everybody knew that, like, the CIA lets, even if they don't bring it in themselves, they let it happen, And so Trump's whole thing, like J.D. Vance in his speech earlier about the ICE shooting, he was still saying that, Trump closed the border and we're proud of that, If Trump closed the border, then drugs shouldn't be getting in. Plain and simple, This is not an excuse to bomb another country. And Mexico has a lot of problems, specifically with Sheinbaum, the president, which is not a Mexican name, but we won't get into that. Yeah, so, what the fuck? Let's see what else he has to say.
Mexico is not a random country Trump can bully for applause, although that also I would be against, but it's a different scenario. Mexico is one of our closest trading partners. Trump did his whole USMCA thing, which involves Canada and Mexico. Mexico is deeply integrated into the American economy. We are highly dependent on Mexico for supply chains, manufacturing, agriculture, even energy. And Mexico has a president, and that is President Claudia Sheinbaum. You don't bomb your ally and then act shocked when the cooperation is pulled overnight, which would be devastating to the American economy. Now, this is maybe the most dangerous part because Trump doesn't seem to understand it. Cartels are not governments. They are not an army with a uniform. They are not static targets. If the U.S. starts bombing inside of Mexico, the cartels are not going to complain by filing a grievance with the United Nations. The cartels are going to respond by kidnapping Americans, by killing Americans, by targeting American tourists and business people and aid workers and journalists, and they are going to do it immediately. That is how criminal organizations operate. Trump talks about this like a video game. We're going to start dropping bombs and win, problem solved. It would almost certainly escalate violence on both sides of the border. It'll destabilize Mexico. It'll poison our diplomatic relations for years, and it'll put American civilians in the crosshairs. Americans will die if Donald Trump does that. And why? Because he wants to sound tough on TV. He wants to have stuff to brag to Sean Hannity about. And this is the logical and predictable end result when someone doesn't understand international law and doesn't care about it, doesn't understand alliances and doesn't care about them, and basic cause and effect does not compute in his brain. Reckless, of course, dangerous, of course, but this is the way that this guy operates, and we have limited time to put a stop to it.
One challenge in covering politics today is that even when...
Okay, so I don't know anything about this David Pakman guy. He seems liberal, but once again, I said this earlier in the stream. We need to be able to get our information from both sides and then make our come to a conclusion, right? And honestly, if you're still in the mindset of picking a side, you're lost. It's not right versus left. I don't know how many times I'm going to say this. It's us versus them, right? But in particular, whenever you say like, I am right wing or I am left wing, so let's just do this. I am right wing. The left is my enemy. You are basically saying that the right is always right and the left is always wrong. Is that true? No, it's not true. Because one, there's Republicans and Democrats on Epstein files. You know, both sides there are pedophiles on both sides, right? So that's kind of a way to say that, well, hold on, the right isn't always right and the left isn't always right either. And so both sides can be corrupt, right? Now with the whole Mexico thing, once again, I really do think he's just talking, first of all. I don't think he's actually going to do anything. If he does, that's going to be bad. I agree with Pac-Man, I guess. Pac-Man. Mexico is an ally, one of the biggest trading partners. Everything he said was true. And just to bomb them, and he did say, when we attacked Venezuela, he did say, and something's going to have to be done about Mexico too. Excuse me. My whole thing, though, is like his whole thing is closing the border. So if the border's closed, what does it matter if there's drugs in Mexico or drugs in cartels in Venezuela or cartels in Mexico? They're not going to be able to get in because the border's closed, right? Or so we thought, right? Are we saying that there's still illegals getting in? And if so, how? You know what I mean? Drugs are a problem, yeah. But it's literally the same tactic used in the Iraq war. They have weapons of mass destruction. We have to go get it. By the way, you want to see a picture of the weapons of mass destruction that they found? I'll show you guys the weapons of mass destruction. Here's the weapons of mass destruction. This is what we took from Iraq. Gold. And not just a little bit, a lot. And there's multiple pictures. These are real. Gold on gold. Nearly 1,000 gold bars worth up to 868 million during a military checkpoint operation. Fact check. Oh, so let's see this. Yeah. So it's saying, so this is Reuters. And every news source has its bias. Reuters is owned by a particular group of people. But let's see. Predates photo of gold bars taken in Iraq in 2003 predates Tom Cotton's time in the U.S. Army. Reuters fact check. The false description of the photograph has been shared online since at least 2020, when it appeared in a post on the Twitter platform, now X, accusing Cotton without evidence of looting gold from Iraq after... First of all, it wasn't him that looted gold. I mean, he got orders, you know, if it is true. The photo has been used since at least 2015 to ridicule the U.S. for justifying its invasion of Iraq by citing the threat of WMD, which were never found. They're not fact-checking that. WMDs were never found. The harvest of democracy. The 2003 photo was taken years before Cotton's 2005 enlistment or 2006 deployment in Iraq. The insignia on the uniform of the man in the photo also does not match Cotton's battalion. So it's not Cotton. Okay, so the fact check is saying that it's not Tom Cotton. So good for him. But this was 100% a 999 gold bars found in a truck that was stopped by U.S. soldiers from the 173rd Airborne Brigade at a checkpoint on the outskirts of Kirkuk, Iraq. So, we lied about WMDs in the Middle East. Never found them. We clearly lied about drugs in Venezuela because as soon as we arrested him, they quickly rewrote the indictment, which we went over earlier. And now he's saying we might go after Mexico. But I think that's all talk. I don't think that's actual news. But it is kind of crazy. Trump hit with nightmare breaking news, or JD Vance says the assassination was really awesome. Huh. Real quick. Just saving another video. Guys, we got some content. Yeah, I finally learned how to clip my stuff, so that's kind of cool. It's about time to get off.
JD Vance spoke.
What is the assassination about? Oh, so he's, yeah, okay. I don't know if I would call this an assassination. I agree that he's an idiot, but I don't think the ICE agent assassinated Renee Good. I think manslaughter, possibly murder, but Charlie Kirk was assassinated. That's a political... What's the definition of assassination? Because we've done that with all the everything else so far. So assassination. Oops. Assassination definition. Oh wow, thanks dude. Look at this, guys. Here's the assassination definition. The action of assassinating someone. Thanks, dude. Thanks, AI. Or that's not AI, that's just the dictionary. Thanks, dictionary. Okay. Here's Merriam-Webster. First definition. Murder by sudden or secret attack, often for political reasons, the act or an instance of assassinating someone, such as a prominent political leader. So that would fit for Charlie Kirk. That would not fit for Renee Good. That doesn't mean what happened to Renee Good was like not evil or anything. Of course it was, but you know we got to use the right words here. I think. So that's an over-exaggeration. That's exactly what the Trump administration does, and that's what we're trying to avoid. So we can go and X out of that one, and then anything else worth reacting to tonight? I might just save it all for another day.
Some more brutal news for
Nightmare breaking news. What is this about? Every day is the stupidest day until tomorrow. Those 15,000 jobs. No president has ran the country into the shitter so fast. Sure. Alright, let's see. Trump is hit with nightmare breaking news. Let's see what this is about. By Brian Tyler Cohen. Okay.
Donald Trump, as today's jobs report caps off a dismal year one of his presidency on the principal issue on which he was elected, the economy. Remember, Trump promised to move heaven and earth to deliver on what Joe Biden apparently couldn't. And yet, based on today's new development, that project continues to fail in spectacular fashion. With the full 2025 numbers now in, it looks like...
Huh?
I was just saying, is your live going okay? Did you see me on there earlier?
Yeah. Yeah, I'm almost done. I'm just...
You're good, I'm showering and stuff. You can do your live.
Oh, okay.
You're good.
Alright.
Total of 584,000 jobs were added in the whole year, making it the worst year for job growth.
What?
I took too much Zyrtec, I think, and that's why I lost my career.
Yeah, you shouldn't be doing that. I'm glad you're okay, though. Why don't you get cleaned up and try to relax, and
My eyes are still a little fucked up.
we'll talk about it whenever you're ready, whenever you're out of the shower and stuff, okay?
Okay, sorry to
Right.
interrupt.
Yeah, I love you.
Screw the government, you guys. For real! And the president.
I love you.
Out of a recession since 2003, more than 2 decades. In fact, since Liberation
Oh,
Day.
wait, yeah, let's read that. What the fuck? So, 2025 was the worst year for job growth outside of a recession since 2003. So, it's not counting 2008. Yeah, so in 2008, it went negative. 2020 with COVID went massive negative. And this is, yeah, very minimal growth. And this is, so I had a really good job, and Trump actually, so Biden signed the CHIPS Act. It's one of the good things that he did. And basically, we wanted to domesticate our production of computer chips. So that was bringing a lot of work building computer chip factories in America. And so in my particular field, we got a big contract to help build a computer chip factory. And it hired me, it hired a lot of other people. Then Trump came into office, and in his executive orders, pretty much just undid everything Biden did. You know what I mean? So, because it was a fake election, it was rigged, and, you know, so shouldn't have even happened, that term, you know, so he just undid everything Biden did, right? That includes the CHIPS Act. So all of that money basically just disappeared, and a lot of jobs were lost. So, including mine. And looking for a job has been pretty tough at this time. The jobs that are hiring are usually hiring H-1B visa people.
Talk about how they want degrees too now.
Well, they always want that. But so the H-1B, when a company hires someone with an H-1B, they are immigrants, right? So usually from, especially recently, India, China, places like that. So the thing is when you have an H-1B, so say like I'm from India, right? I want to go live in America. I want to work in America. I can get an H-1B visa and apply for a particular job in a particular company. And, you know, I can get accepted, and then I get citizen, or like, it's kind of like a green card, a work visa, you know, it's a work visa. But the thing is I am now a slave to that company. They still pay you, but you are not allowed to leave that company. So like as an American, if you don't like your job, you can go find another one. As an H-1B immigrant, you're not allowed to do that, which makes sense, you know. I mean, I don't know. That's where it gets tricky. But the thing is the companies will want that because it's guaranteed loyalty. So most companies will hire H-1Bs because they're literally not allowed to leave the company. You have them forever. You know what I mean? Or unless they want to leave America. If they want to be deported, then, you know, they'll leave the company. But so it's very unlikely. But as, you know, Americans were spoiled or whatever, and, you know, it's just... So that's the whole kind of thing that's going on with the job market. And the companies, there are companies that aren't doing H-1Bs. The problem is, though, is the competition's fierce, you know? There's a lot of people without jobs right now. A lot of people looking for jobs. So, and that's kind of what leads countries into recessions and economic problems. And there's also another study that was done that apparently the wealthy, like the 10%, the wealthiest people are doing 80% of the spending in America. Maybe it's 50. It's something like that. Either way, thank you for the heart. Thank you for the heart. That's a problem because if the wealthy are doing all the spending, that's the only thing holding up our economy is the wealthy. So the middle class is being destroyed, is what I'm saying. Middle class it's very hard to want to spend when you can barely survive. And not even the middle class, the lower class too, you know. But one thing that has been happening for a while now is the decimation of the middle class. So there's no middle ground. It's either you are elite or you are peasant, you know. You're lord or peasant. That's pretty much what it's coming down to. And the H-1B situation, none of that's helping. Everything Trump's done, you know, in his first term, the economy was pretty solid. People had jobs. Everything was great. Second term has been honestly the opposite. And that's kind of my big thing that I've been trying to explain to people is like Trump first term is not the same as Trump second term. Trump first term wasn't bought by any. He literally said like he fulfilled at least some of his campaign promises. He was a decent president, I would say, in his first term. And one of his campaign things is like, I'm one of the richest people. Like, I'm not going to take money from people. No one tells me what to do. And that was true for a while. And the second term, we went over this earlier in the stream, like 250 million from big tech, 250 million from big oil, and 250 million from AIPAC. So we're getting close to $1 billion that people have given him. And when they give you that money, when they scratch your back, you got to scratch theirs. So he's serving the interest of big oil companies and big tech companies and the American Israel, you know, PAC, the lobby, over American citizens. So jobs are scarce. H-1Bs are a big problem. And there are companies that are good and they're saying we're not doing H-1Bs, but it's fierce competition, you know, because a lot of people are jobless. So yeah, there's that. But let's continue on this video. Well, if it'll let me, sorry, 1 second, guys. There it is. All right.
Recession since 2003, more than 2 decades. In fact, since Liberation Day, the economy has added virtually no jobs, netting just 15,000 jobs in.
Unemployment is now 4.4%, up from 4% in January, which doesn't seem like that much, but you got to think of the amount. What is it, 700 million is our population, or 300 million? Population of America. Let's look it up. Of America. So 340 million, and what's 0.4% of 340 million? Come on, Rain Man. I wish I could just know that. Of 340 million. 1,360,000. So 0.4%, which is the increase in unemployment. So that means 1,360,000 people are without jobs, on top of the already 4%. So what's 4.4%? And that's the total we're at. What is 4.4% of 340 million? 1.5 million. Or, whoa, no. 14,960,000. So 15 million people are jobless right now in America. 15 million American citizens are jobless. That is not a good sign, really, of anything at all. That's not good at all. So that's kind of what's going on in Trump's America right now.
$8 months. For comparison, there was only 1 month in the entirety of Joe Biden's presidency where the jobs numbers were lower than what Trump has collectively delivered in the last 8 months, which would be bad enough unto itself, but even worse given the fact that this is what Trump promised on the campaign trail.
Under my leadership, we are quickly going to turn this economic nightmare into an economic miracle. Wait till you see how fast we're going to get it going. We'll get the prices down. Don't forget, you could stop inflation, but the bacon is still at the all-time high, and the lettuce and the apples. There's a story that should never happen.
Grocery prices haven't changed at all either. He really hasn't fulfilled a single promise. And this isn't coming from a lefty. This is coming from, I would say, I guess mainly, on average, I'm a centrist, mostly libertarian. Like, I really don't align with left or right. When Trump got elected in the office, I wasn't sad. I guess he's the lesser of two evils between Kamala, but we talked about the lesser of two evils, and that's a problem. What will it be, Moloch or the ball? I talked about it earlier, and I promised you guys I would show you. So, Moloch or ball for the next 4 years. By the way, I rebuke Moloch and ball in Jesus' name. Amen. Yeah, so this is what when I say Moloch or the ball for the next 4 years, this is what I'm talking about. So, both were into like human sacrifice. I'm not sure which one's which. One was, I hate looking at these images. One was very into like child sacrifice, which is, probably the left or whatever because of abortion and all that. And then, but the right is still in, the ball is still human sacrifice. And I'm pretty sure child sacrifice too, just, from other things. But yeah, Moloch is the one that they sacrifice children to. So these are just demons, just little g gods, of the world. That, like the people of Israel when Moses was on the hill, or even just throughout the history, God would show them that he was real and he was there for them, and then they would betray him and worship Moloch and Baal. And what those gods did were not good. What those demons did were not good. They wanted, sacrificing this child will give me a better harvest, so I'm giving this to Moloch or Baal and killing your child, human sacrifice. And that's like the main thing, but there's a bunch of other things. And there are parallels to be drawn. That's why I say Moloch or the Baal for the next 4 years, because that's kind of what we get. And that's why choosing the lesser of two evils is just not good at all. And, it's always pissed me off, the lesser of two evils argument. I'm not voting for evil, period. And that's why I don't vote. Or at least I haven't, There will come a time like I would vote for Thomas Massey, but he's not in my district. So if he ran for president, I would vote for him 100%. But yeah, I'm not going to vote for evil, and that's kind of the problem with the two-party system. But let's see what else this guy has to say.
In this country, an old woman goes into the grocery store and she takes 3 apples. That's what she lives on. And she brings it up to the counter, and then they tell her the price of the apples, and she says, "I'm sorry." Then she takes 1 apple and brings it back to the refrigeration area, puts it back in, and comes and pays for 2 apples. This should never be happening in our country. This should never be happening. We will make America wealthy again, and we will make America affordable again. Big problem. So we're 2 days away from the best jobs and the biggest paychecks and the brightest economic future the world has ever seen.
2 days away from the best jobs and the biggest paychecks and the brightest economic future the world has ever seen, he said.
We heard him,
2
bro.
days. That was last year. Guess that's the math they taught at Trump University. And worse yet, the unemployment rate has also increased to 4.4%, the highest since 2021. So to be clear here...
Well, I'm seeing 4.6 right there, which is, even more. But yeah, that's like we did the math just a second ago. 15 million Americans are unemployed right now. You're saying 15 million Americans are unemployed because of their own wrongdoings? Or is it because of the economy and, job scarcity and a bunch of other factors that are largely due to Trump's America? I hate to say, there was a lot of problems with the Biden administration. But one thing that was easy was to find work. Like, you could find work in the Biden administration, 100%.
The unemployment rate was 4% when Biden left office, meaning it has gotten worse. So Trump took the Biden economy, which he railed against for 4 years, and managed to make that the high watermark. It is almost impressive the extent to which he managed to exacerbate problems on the one thing he vowed to fix. And what's worse for Trump and Republicans, even...
La la la.
All of this is an illusion, an echo of a voice that has died.
Even Fox News is covering this.
Well, let's talk about the number from December. Less than expected. How much of a disappointment is that?
Oh, it's not really. If you think about it, 3 out of the last 4 months were big upward surprises. The unemployment rate dropped a lot, and actually, because of rounding, it's actually a bigger drop than you can see if you only look at the first digit.
Because of round...
What a smug little prick. Look at the way he's smiling. People are struggling, dude. People are struggling.
Less than expected. How much of a disappointment is that?
Oh, it's not really. If you think about it, 3 out of the last 4 months were big upward surprises. The unemployment rate dropped a lot, and actually, because of rounding, it's actually a bigger drop than you can see if you only look at the first digit.
Because of rounding, it's actually a bigger drop that you can see if you only...
One more time. Hold on. I got something for you guys. Just wait.
Oh, it's not really. If you think about it, 3 out...
Oh, it's not really. If you think about it...
Last 4 months were big upward surprises.
The last 4 months were a big upward surprise.
I'm horrible at it, but you get what I'm trying to do.
The unemployment rate dropped a lot, and actually, because of...
The unemployment rate dropped a lot.
Actually.
Rounding, it's actually a bigger drop that you can see if you only look at the first digit.
Because of rounding, it's actually a bigger drop that you can see if you only look at the first digit. I'm sorry, but what? Look, I'll admit, I'm not a math guy, but Trump took office with a 4% unemployment rate. The rate is now 4.4%. That means unemployment is rising, unless they've changed math since I went to school. So I don't know what the fuck he's talking about regarding rounding and which digit you're looking at, but you don't get to rewrite the rules of math just because the actual numbers are inconvenient. Hassett was then confronted on the fact that the previous 2 months were revised down to a total of 76,000 jobs.
Got it. Revisions now. October down 68,000. November down 8,000. What do you make of that?
Yeah, the numbers we...
Hit him with the facts. Even though it's Fox, there's not too many facts to be had. Same with CNN, though. I'm not only shitting on Fox. Negative 68,000 jobs, negative 8,000, and then they were all talking about plus 50,000, like, woohoo, but we're still negative, you know what I mean? Like, by, 26,000?
Have to get the BLS numbers.
Quick math.
More reliable. There's a lot of work right now. We're recruiting a new head of the BLS. But when you see these big revisions, what it means is that it's harder to say what the real number is.
We have to get the BLS numbers to be more reliable. In other words, if the numbers reflect a bad reality, then the numbers have to be changed. It's the numbers' fault. Not the policies, but the numbers reflecting the consequences of those policies. This administration will stop at nothing to gaslight you, even if it means straight up lying about the reality on the ground. And look, the reality is that, of course, this administration will try and spin, but they've got two things working against them. The first is the metrics. Inflation's been rising every month since March. Manufacturing is anemic. Job growth is virtually non-existent. Unemployment's been rising since Trump took office. If those macroeconomic factors are working against you, then there's no way that Americans' individual finances are doing well, too. Which brings me to the other point. People's finances are not doing well. Individual costs have been surging every single month. And now with the holidays here, just beyond us, consumers felt it everywhere. Clothing is up 15%.
Tariffs are increasing prices of both imported and domestically produced popular holiday goods. And I actually want to talk about tariffs a little bit. So the thing about tariffs, and the way it was explained to me, is you have two hammers, right? Hammer here, used for beating nails into wood, hammer. One hammer's from China, the other's from America. The one from China is usually $20, and the one from America is usually $25. So people are more likely to go buy the Chinese one, just from an economic standpoint, especially if someone who's struggling, you're just going to get the cheaper option, It's hard to convince someone to spend $5 extra whenever they're both hammers. They both do the same thing, right? Tariffs make China raise their price to like $30. So now Chinese goods are the Chinese hammer's $30, the American hammer's still $25. Except here's where it goes wrong. Because they can, the American is going to raise their price to $29. And so it's still under, but now it's virtually the same, just because they can. And that's where I'm not saying capitalism is 100% wrong, because free markets are good. And, it's honestly, man, we're always learning more every day. But the way I see it is both capitalism and communism are great on paper. It's the execution that ruins it, because that right there, tariff is meant to, place a importance on domestic goods, which is a favor. We're doing a favor. The government is doing a favor to domestic companies. And then those domestic companies turn around and spit in the face of consumers by raising their price to just, the absolute most they can get away with, And so that is why imported and domestic are both up because of tariffs. Clothing, accessories, jewelry, household tools and equipment, household appliances, personal care appliances and products, games, toys, and hobbies are all up. I do find it funny, or not funny, really disturbing, that clothing accessories have the highest increase and games, toys, and hobbies have the lowest increase. So clearly, there's an emphasis on wanting you to be distracted, and there's also, they don't really care too much about clothes on your back.
Up 8%, household supplies are up 6%, appliances up 5%.
Yeah, I know.
AFT finds that
I just told them, bro.
toys are also up. New analysis from Groundwork Collaborative, the Century Foundation, and AFT finds that many of this season's most popular holiday gifts are significantly more expensive under President Trump, with prices rising an average of 26% since last year, nearly 9 times the overall inflation rate. No matter what aisle shoppers are turning down, they'll find higher prices. Home and kitchen gifts are up 38%, and electronics are up 34%, while clothing, shoes, and accessories are up 20%, and toys and games are up 17%. New polling for Data for Progress, released alongside the analysis, shows that holiday price hikes are already taking a toll. More than 2/3 of voters are stressed about affording holiday expenses. To cope, more than 40% of families are buying fewer gifts. Nearly 1/3 are giving presents to fewer people, and more than 1 in 10 are tapping into savings. Americans know who to blame. Nearly 3 in 4 voters hold President Trump responsible for rising costs this holiday season, including 44% who say they blame the president a lot. Rising prices this holiday season come amid mounting financial pressure, with forecasts pointing to a roughly 7% decrease in holiday spending this year.
People are tapping into their savings to buy Christmas gifts. That's crazy. Or just, unable to buy them.
Many families are already stretched thin, with 1 in 4 American households spending 95% of their income on basic necessities such as housing, groceries, gas, childcare, and utilities. And of course, now that the holidays have ended and 2026 is here, things are getting even more difficult for 24 million Americans, considering Republicans refuse to extend ACA subsidies. Here's what some of the price increases are going to look like as the result of that. In Alaska, the average premium cost will increase 346%, or $909 annually. In California, the increase is 122%, or $1,000 annually. In Florida, the increase is 132%, or $521 annually. In Mississippi, the increase is 314%, or $602 annually. In Texas, the increase is 289%, or $459 annually. And the list goes on and on. In other words, regardless of where you live, red state or blue state, Trump and Republicans have ensured that your costs will go up. Whether it's food, clothing, electricity, energy, gifts, healthcare, everything is rising, which again would be disqualifying enough on its own. But coupled with the fact that these people swore up and down that they would get the economy under control really does make that lie even more egregious and even more indefensible. But don't worry, because at least one man has managed to double his net worth during all of this, and in today's GOP, he is the only person who really matters.
Yeah. Also the big beautiful bill. So Trump promised the big beautiful bill was going to be this saving grace for Americans. You know, like taxes on the rich, like tax cuts, right? So we were all thinking like, damn, yeah, we're getting tax cuts, we're not going to have to pay as much taxes. It turns out that those tax cuts were only for the rich. Kind of crazy how that works, you know. But yeah, guys, that's kind of the state of the world right now. I think I've gone over just about everything I can go. Oh, that's one more thing we can talk about. But yeah, there's Trump's nightmare news. Yeah, so we're going to go over these protests in Iran real quick, and then I'm going to have to call it a night. All right. So, what's different about the protests in Iran right now? 4 hours ago by CBS News, let's see what this is all about.
Protesters have flooded the streets of Iran for nearly 2 weeks. Demonstrations first kicked off late last month after the value of Iran's currency hit a record low. U.S.-based monitoring group Human Rights Activist News Agency says more than 2,000 people have been arrested and at least 42 people have been killed. The Iranian supreme leader said in a televised address, quote, "Last night in Tehran and a few other places, people came and did damage to their own buildings, ruining their own streets in order to make the president of another country happy," referring to President Trump. Earlier at the White House, the president said he's watching the situation closely.
Last night in Tehran and a few other places, people came and did damage to their own buildings, ruining their own streets in order to make the president of another country happy.
Happy, referring to President Trump. Earlier at the White House, the president said he's watching the situation closely.
I've made the statement very strongly that if they start killing people like they have in the past, we will get involved.
Does this dude have a pin of himself on his jacket? Do you see that? For real? Is that how we're moving these days? He has a pin of himself. What the hell? That's so weird. I think that classifies as like narcissistic. That's kind of crazy. Is that crazy? I feel like that's a little weird.
Be hitting them very hard where it hurts, and that doesn't mean boots on the ground, but it means hitting them very, very hard where it hurts.
CBS News national security contributor Sam Vinograd.
Huh? Right? That's weird.
Joins us now. So Sam, we've seen protest movements in Iran before. What's different this time?
Well, Iran is no stranger to protests. They have been omnipresent throughout Iran's history. What's different this time is in the first instance, where these protests started, shopkeepers or bazaris really started these protests almost 2 weeks ago in light of deteriorating economic conditions, in particular, a currency that's plummeting, inflation at about 42%, and just an overall decrease in purchasing power. The bazaris have historically been aligned with the administration. What is also different is just the footing the regime is on more broadly. Iran has suffered a series of devastating blows in the form of its war with Israel, strikes by the United States, loss of partners in Syria, detriments to its proxy forces around the world, and more. So it's a different operating environment than before, and certainly they know that President Trump has both the intent and capability to engage in direct military action in Iran if he so chooses. He's done it before.
What will the U.S. government take into account before it gets involved?
From what we know publicly, the administration is closely watching whether the Iranian regime resorts to the brutal suppression tactics that it's known for when it comes to protests. So certainly whether the regime and its security and intelligence forces engage in brutality against protesters, engage in brutality and even murder against prisoners.
So they're protesting for Trump. Sorry, the ADHD is kicking in a little bit. And then President Trump threatens to intervene, so bomb Iran again, I guess. Why? Why is Iran protesting? Protesting right now. I don't know why you need to know my location, dog. New Trump cuts internet with protests. Okay, let's just see what CNN says. Why are Iranians protesting, and what does it mean for the regime? Fire on the streets, anti-government protests in Iran, wave of nationwide unrest that marks the biggest challenge to the regime in years. Authorities cut off internet access and telephone lines on Thursday, the biggest night of nationwide demonstrations so far, leaving Iran largely cut off from the outside world. Rights groups said dozens of people have been killed since the protests began. U.S. President Donald Trump has threatened to attack Iran if security forces respond with force. Supreme Leader Ayatollah Ali Khamenei has urged Trump to focus on his own country and blamed the U.S. for inciting the protests. As public anger continues to swell and demonstrations continue, here's what you need to know. What triggered the protests? The protests began as demonstrations. Let's look at that picture. Wow. Very crowded. It's a march, okay. The protests began as demonstrations in Tehran's bazaars over rampant inflation. Yeah, the dollar is super low. That's the current. So, yeah, pretty much the reason every protest happens. Concerns over inflation came to a head. Prices of basic goods like cooking oil and chicken dramatically spiked overnight, with some products vanishing from shelves altogether. Exacerbating the situation was a decision by the central bank to end a program allowing some importers to access cheaper U.S. dollars compared to the rest of the market, which led shopkeepers to increase prices and some to shutter their doors, initiating the demonstrations. Wow. So, I don't know much about Supreme Leader Ayatollah Ali Khamenei, but I gotta agree with him when he tells Trump to focus on his own country. Well, how did the U.S. incite the protests? Before I say anything, how did the U.S. incite the protests in Iran today? According to Iranian officials, the United States, along with Israel, has been accused of attempting to incite violence and unrest through rhetoric, support for opposition figures, and past military actions. But independent sources indicate the protests are primarily driven by Iran's severe economic crisis and internal discontent. Regardless of if we incited it or not, Trump has already threatened to intervene. So we're intervening in Venezuela. Just now we talked about how he was talking about intervening in Mexico because of the cartel, talking about intervening in Iran. So we're intervening in all these different places. Why can't we just keep our hands to ourselves is my question. And this Iran thing, it's just another thing to add to the list, It's just more and more shit shoveled, So that's why my next point, I want to make a separate video about this. Iran is protesting because of the severe economic crisis and internal discontent. The same reason all protests happen. Is it possible the U.S. has had a hand in it, like they've done before? Yes. I think that's irrelevant, though, because Trump's already talking about intervening anyways. So, who cares if we incited it? So, yeah. I mean, take what you will out of that. I'm not really sure what to say. But, yeah, Iran's protesting. Now you know. Okay, guys. Last thing before I end the stream for tonight. So, I'm sure, maybe, I have noticed a difference between my behavior today and my behavior yesterday, my behavior in other streams. And so today I've been more energetic, I've been sharper, I've been able to give you the news in a clear, much more clear, concise, rational, and calm way, right? Whereas yesterday, I was pretty sad, honestly, just seeing people celebrate death and division and just, it gets overwhelming, right? And so today, I kind of changed my strategy. Most of the time, I will, like my daily routine, at least like yesterday looked like wake up, shuffle around, take a poop, check Instagram, look at all the news. And then get stuck scrolling, and like that's not how we're meant to live, right? So today I woke up, shuffled around, took a poop, and then I went outside, and I got some sunlight. And then, I went to the gym and got some exercise and went to the sauna and sweated some toxins out, and most importantly, though, I spent time away from my phone. I picked up a book, and I haven't done that for a while, and need to start doing that more, because reading does something to your mind, right? And it's much different than a screen. You look at the screen long enough, you start getting sunken in eyes. Like at the beginning of the stream, I didn't look like this, and now, because I've been streaming for nearly 4 hours, I'm starting to notice that, like, dude, you need to take a break. That's why I'm about to end it. But the whole point is, like, in order to be on top of things in life, in politics, whatever you're interested in, I believe sunlight, exercise, and also, like, I'm not sure the best way to say this, but like mental silence. Like, as in, you need to be able to spend 30 minutes in silence. And even myself, I noticed I am able to do it, but like I can get stuck in phases where, you just want to check the phone all the time. And you'll put down the phone, and you'll be like, I'm done. I'm not on the phone anymore. And then like your mind will wander, and then like a couple seconds later, you pick up the phone and check the time, or you or like, dude, it gets so bad sometimes. It's happened to me before, but I see it happening to people all the time. You'll be scrolling on Instagram, you close it out, and then immediately open the app back up. You know what I mean? And it's like subconscious. It's like you don't realize you're doing it, but like you close out the app to like move on to Snapchat or TikTok or something, or just like you close out the app like I'm done with this, and then you open it right back up. It's happened to me before, and like then I notice it. And I'm like, what the fuck? You know what I mean? That's crazy. And so we gotta realize that these devices they can be a tool, but they can also be our demise. They can lead us down a path where, one, with politics and everything, just desensitization. When you're constantly on that phone, constantly scrolling, seeing memes, seeing news, whatever it is, it numbs your brain. And actually, there was a study. I might just go ahead and pull it up, but there was a study that says basically like your brain on social media or on phone is like the same as your brain on heroin. Let's look it up. Brain on phone versus heroin. Images. Oh, so here's one about porn, right? So, and that's really bad too, and it comes from the phone. Your brain on porn is worse than your brain on heroin, right? That's normal brain on heroin, brain on porn. Now, maybe just the scrolling and everything is somewhere in between your normal brain and your brain on heroin. But you're lying to yourself if you say you can't feel the effects, right? The way to solve this problem is simply to get off the phone. You have to be able to spend 30 minutes in silence. You have to be able to, like, obviously, you have work and stuff, your mind, especially if you're like ADHD, it just, one place to another, one place to another, one place to another, it gets tiring, you know, and that's why you need to have grounding. That's why I really push grounding, right? And so grounding can be this hippie spiritual concept where you don't wear any shoes and you ground with the earth. And that is true. There is some merit to that, where, you know, the rubber soles in our shoes and everything actually kind of disconnect us from the earth. Like that is science. It sounds all hippie, but it's science. But also grounding in a sense of grounding yourself away, like taking away technology. Because like this stuff is advanced and no one's had it before us. You know what I mean? Computers haven't been around for maybe 50 years now, right? So like I don't even think 50 years. At 1976 was there computers? Let me look it up real quick. But nah, you get the idea. It hasn't been around that long, and it's gotten really advanced. And also with AI and everything, we're looking at, like, it's hard to even tell what you're looking at is real. And then you see massive tragedies like, you know, the most recent ICE killing of Renee Nicole Good, but also Charlie Kirk. When Charlie Kirk died, there was celebration. Same as there's celebration on the right now from Renee Nicole Good. Neither of those things are good. Part of that is from being chronically online, I feel like. If people were more connected to each other and to the earth, to just, you know, the natural law of things, just the natural movement, then I don't think we would have that. I don't think we would have celebrations, and I don't think we would have these memes. There's memes about Epstein, memes about Kirk, memes about really important things that have desensitized people to a point where, like, I don't think anyone expects the Epstein files to come out. I think we've all just kind of resigned to the fact that they're never going to come out, which is crazy. And that's because one thing after another. So you're on the, like, the news cycle, you're on the Epstein files, and then, oh shit, Venezuela got invaded. And then now that's two things. And then now, oh shit, now Renee Nicole Good was killed. Oh shit, now Iran's protesting, which isn't that important compared to the rest of it. But it's the fact that Trump's saying, well, we might invade, we might intervene. Same with Mexico now, we might intervene with the cartels. So, like, stress, cortisol, these screens, these phones, doom scrolling, being addicted to the news especially, it raises your cortisol, and cortisol is like the enemy to life. You know what I mean? To a happy life. When you have high cortisol, as a man, your testosterone lowers. As a woman, I mean, just it messes with hormones in general, you know? In general, messes with your hormones. Cortisol is the enemy to a happy, healthy life. And this right here, and not you guys, but this computer is a big cause of it. Cortisol is supposed to be a, like, life-saving thing. Like when you're in a stressful situation, like you're about to get eaten by a bear, you know, your cortisol and your adrenaline will go up. You know what I mean? But these phones and the technology has hacked our systems. So, like, even the dopamine system fried because of doom scrolling and all these different things. And, you know, like, you can be like, oh, whatever, that doesn't matter. But you're lying to yourself if you don't see the effects of what's happening. What's happening is people are being massively desensitized, lazy, non-ambitious, just whatever, you know, like nothing matters, you know, that's very common nowadays. Instead of, like, trying to make a difference where you are, you know what I mean? Like, we could, and also division's the biggest thing. And, you know, they're playing on the right versus left thing, but the phones just amplify everything. So you have the right versus left thing, and dude, people hate each other. Like, genuinely, I've seen so much hateful shit on the internet. It's disgusting. In real life, people get along better than you think. There's still conflict and everything, but like, in general, without this chronically online shit, like, we would be much more able to have, like, Republicans and Democrats talk to each other reasonably. You know, like, people used to be more civilized, is what I'm saying. And people are no longer civilized to that extent. It's more dog eat dog, you know? Regardless, I just wanted to give this message because, you know, it's something I used to be really passionate about and slowly slipped away from it. Because I fall into these same patterns of doom scrolling, or, you know, just, oh my gosh, this happened. Oh my gosh, this happened. Or being desensitized to the whole thing because of all the shit that's shoveled down our throats, you know? If we focus more on having like 30 minutes of peace a day. No phone, no nothing, just sunlight, exercise. You know, a strong body is a strong mind. You know, that may sound like a cliche, but it's true. Today, I feel so much more just ready to take on the world. You know what I mean? Like, that sounds corny, but like, just so much more ready for everything. Ready for this podcast. Being able to elaborate in detail. Being able to switch from topic to topic. Having like a conversation, you know? Whereas yesterday, I got through it, but it was rough. It was low energy, you know? If you don't exercise, it's science. You're going to be low energy. And when you're low energy, nothing good can come from that. So right now I call all of you to get off the phone for a while, once a day, and just like ponder, just sit and meditate, sit in nature, pray, whatever it is, you know, just get away from it all, you know, and exercise. Go, even if it's just a walk, go on a walk in nature every day, something every day that'll ground you, that'll take you out of this cycle of bizarreness and just, you know, it's hard to live life normally when you see evil shit all the time, you know? And it's also hard to deal with evil shit all the time whenever you're not grounded. You know, I hope I'm making sense, guys, but that's pretty much it. Yeah. All right, guys. We've been going at it for 4 hours. I got to make some dinner. I hope you all thoroughly enjoyed. I definitely feel much better about today than I did yesterday. And yeah, guys, God bless you all. I love you. Thank you for watching. Let's all be sober-minded and be vigilant and try to do the best we can. You know, whatever that may be, try to make a difference, you know. Try to be on the right side of things. Don't be a bystander. And obviously don't be evil, but you know, I don't think most people aren't trying to be evil, but there's a lot of bystanders out there. And if you sit back and do nothing when evil's being done, are you any better than the wrongdoer? Think about that. Anyways, God bless you all. Thank you all for watching. I'll see you next time.